The show features adults using adult language and discussing mature topics. You have been warned.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Retroverse. This is not vaccine or corruption. It is a lovely, tiny little bit of drunken mix of both. And by drunken mix, I mean basically like one little muscle henshin in the stiff drink of other henshin plus others.
Yeah, it's a shot of vodka and some fruit punch.
It's Henshin on the rocks.
Damn it.
Actually works really well, because I think, except for me and you, we got henshins everywhere.
Hi everybody. Welcome back. We're doing a little bit of a crossover this time in the Reality War crossover, which sounds way more badass than I'm sure I can actually deliver, but I'm going to try. Tonight we are going to the moon. But before we do, shout out to Sirenscape. They're super cool. It's about 22 every other month or so. And that gets you everything board games, sci-fi, fantasy. It's super cool. They have a ton of sound sets for different adventure paths. The one that we're using right now is, I think, a generic fantasy one called Flooded Cavern.
Guess who forgot to open up Sirenscape? Whee!
Yay!
So you'll be hearing it hopefully shortly.
Yeah, let me know when you get it up, Scott, and I'll restart it.
It is up.
Okay, I will restart it then. So does anybody want to do a recap of why you guys are going to the moon?
Last time, we got back from the moon, and we found out that my uncle, the great Yas, was in a battle and got hurt and is dying. And because he's old and grumpy and has nothing but salt in his blood, he can't be healed with magic anymore. So we have to go and do this elaborate saving scheme, and we're going to go to the moon to fix his broken ass body or something to that effect. And last time the other group got mushrooms or whatever and got high.
They did not get high. They just collected mushrooms. They didn't eat them yet.
Yes.
They traveled through a psychedelic painting that is spray painted on the side of a van. That was its own plane.
That is not a thing they did. I don't think so. That is not a thing that happened. They had some weird shit.
That's me just trying to say that's what the Dark Ride X was like.
Okay, yeah, that tracks. Also, I am using this big crossover as a chance to test out a slightly variant on a familiar rule in 5e. I'm calling it Heroic Inspiration. And the way it works is exactly like regular inspiration, except when you use it, you can use it when you roll, and it gives you advantage. And if any roll that you get, if the higher number is lower than 9, treat it as a 10. It's heavily based off of hero points from Mutants and Masterminds, and it's to prevent suckers like me who often roll with advantage and still get 2 1s. It will slightly up the power level a little bit, but it's balanced by the fact that all of you start with 1, and you can gain more throughout the session by doing cool shit. But at the end of the day, next session, you start with 1. So you want to use it or lose it. So all of you have 1. Hera, you have 2, because of that Henshin on the rocks joke was hilarious.
Oh, man.
And I will put the rules for the mechanics of this in the Zoom chat for you guys.
It reminds me a lot of hero points in Pathfinder 2e.
It's actually it's actually
reminds
based off
of Benny's in Savage Worlds.
Yeah, I was about to say you're basing off of Mutants and Masterminds or something, right?
Yes. Yes, and I want to say Pathfinder 2E came out well after Mutants and Mastermind, so
Yeah.
it's similar inspiration sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why the heroic inspiration. Yeah. So, last we left off, you guys were in the city of New Radami. You were in the professor's lab and had discussed among the giant group of yourselves that some folks were going to need to go to this terrifying, awful place called Dark Radix. Some people were going to use these strange machines cobbled together by the professor to delve into the depths of Yost's mind. And some of you were going back to the moon. You three had volunteered to do so.
Volunteered is a strong word.
Been
Been
recommended.
volunteered.
Been coerced by your soul sister.
Aya, did you want to explain why Vinna decided to go with this trip instead of elsewhere?
Stuff happened and Vinna and Sammi talked about it. Vinna is definitely too close to the situation, so they decided that it would be better for her to go to the moon since that's her domain and she would be more helpful there. So, she doesn't look happy about it though. She's very grumpy.
Yeah. Sorry.
Onyx is going to the moon because officially she stated that on the moon they probably need some muscle Henshin power. Unofficially, like actually, Hot 4 Eyes is going there, so...
It's the abs. You can say it. It's fine.
Respect. And then what about Vox?
Vox is trying to fix his Sirenscape player.
Oh, hang on. If you're not hearing anything, it's because I haven't restarted it.
No. I
Okay.
mean, it also was telling me that I had to update it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that happened.
But Vox is going with this group because he didn't think he was going to be staying on project with these people, and I mean, it's Yost. There's also a lot of history going on here that I would like to be a part of. Maybe it'll yield some answers for things.
Nice. Okay. So, as you guys, I'll say that you did retire to your apartments, what have you. I know that some of Corruption Crew are bunking in Sammy's place. And when I say some of, I mean probably all of,
All
because
of
let's be
them.
realistic.
They're more than welcome. Sammi is a very lovely person.
You guys get your long rest and refresh whatever hit points and resources you had lost. And when you guys awake in the morning, you see a message from the professor asking you to, in the group chat, asking you to stop by the lab before you head out. When you come in, you see that I'll say it's actually Tomo is sitting in that chair in the very front where last time you guys had walked into this lab, Ruby had been sitting in the chair in the lobby with a very large gun, basically keeping watch. And in this case, it's Tomo. And you sort of glance into the professor's offices off to the side and see Ruby passed out on the couch with her gun right next to her. And the professor is like standing in the lab working on those machines that are supposed to that are going to help them get into Yost's mind. Oh, hey, hi. Yes. Okay. All right. So you guys are going to the moon. Yeah, you're the crew that
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're gonna need a ride, obviously, because
I mean, usually that would be preferable
Yeah,
than just
yeah,
flying to the moon because
What
I
happened to the
can't
ship I was
fly.
riding? The Henshin deployed ship
The
I
one that-
had to jump on, a Voyager or something.
that one was that one is possibly still there. So when you guys when you guys went to the moon, when Vaccine and crew went, they went in the definitely not an RV, called the Vagabond, the professor's old as fuck beat up vehicle, which is probably a couple 100 years old.
Definitely not a reference to Spaceballs. Got it.
Definitely not. Vox arrived on a Henshin battle cruiser, basically. And when you guys left, the professor's ship was missing in action, and you guys teleported home using the Henshin teleporter.
Onyx is eyeing up Vox and says, maybe I could throw one or two of you up there.
I'm sorry, what?
as much as I think that you're strong enough, I think we need to breathe. So that's probably not a fucking good idea.
That's probably important. You're not taking bark. So yeah, here. And he pulls out a set of keys that have a little rabbit's foot on them. And he hands them over and he says, so I'm trusting you
Yoink.
not to ruin the paint job on this one, okay? I already have one ship up there that got almost destroyed. There's a tow rig on the back of this one. I want you to bring the Vagabond back, okay? In one piece. She might be outdated, but she was my first ship.
Question: why did we take your they take your clunky ass ship up?
Because this is my good one.
So you wanted
I
them
didn't
to
know
die
you
in
guys
space?
were gonna run into there.
Were you trying to kill them? Were you trying to kill my...
Okay, it is perfectly fine for space travel. It is just not military grade. They fought a 5-headed dragon.
I
in
fucking
a
know! I was there!
Okay, all right. No, I don't have time for this. I got stuff to do.
I'm vintage. That doesn't mean I can fly in space.
Yoink. Everybody's yelling. I'm just gonna take them from the dock.
No, give me the keys back. Come on. Give me the keys.
I'm sorry. I'm told that you have to be at least this old to drive. So
I'm older than you. Give me the fucking keys.
Onyx looks between them and is like, if you two can't come to an agreement, I'll drive, and nobody wants that.
I'm driving. I don't think you were trained by the greatest pilots in all of Ranger history. Now, were you?
yeah, but I've had use of my body for as long as I've lived. So
Me too, bro.
Old.
flick.
When you get there, though, there should be. I have an acquaintance stationed up there. Her name is Disc, and she's with the Knights of the Shield. They are they're on the surface doing like search and rescue with Henshin Command, apparently. I don't know what you're gonna find up there, and I figure it's best to be prepared with extra hands, considering last time you thought you were gonna find like a bunch of ruins, and you found a fucking army. So pays to be prepared.
And ruins. We also found ruins.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Okay. All right. Well,
There was also a giant mech robot that is also my math tutor, but like, let's not.
But not to delay this any longer.
How important is it to get the two ships back in one piece?
very. It's coming out of Sammy's pay cut if you don't.
Don't do that to Sammi.
What did she do?
I don't pay anyone else on this team yet. I mean, like you.
I assume.
Wait,
that
you
I
guys are
have-
getting paid?
Yeah, I assume that Yas left me some money. I mean, I hope so.
Left you some money. He's not dead yet.
Left
Well,
you
I
some
mean,
rich
like,
uncle
my
money.
Like, I did have money before I, went into a hyper coma.
Oh, did you
Sure.
invest that in any
I-
stocks? It's probably worth millions now.
I was gonna say, if you have it in even just a minor fund somewhere, you're rolling.
Some small business called
Onyx-
Apple.
She just kind of squints at you like,
That orchard
Oh,
hasn't been good for
No,
years.
also it doesn't. It's not called apple here. It's called pear.
what are we in the Nickelodeon universe?
I don't know. I just
well,
thought,
we can
like,
go with
apple and
pineapple instead
pears.
if we want to go Digimon.
It's
but-
it's a Packintosh, and it has a little Pac-Man on it. No, it can't have a Pac-Man. That'd be Paku Paku. Never
Done.
mind.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Packintosh.
Packintosh.
Oh, great. Onyx also just realizes once again for the 600th time probably with this point that she's fucking rich now. A very, very not common situation for her. It's like,
To be fair, I
Define-
think
But
I
I
had
can
like
pay
$20 to my name when I lived back at home.
I gotta ask, what's
But-
Onyx gonna spend their money on? A bunch of shirts that they can just rip up because they're like, oh, I got like 100 more.
no, she's going to spend it on like a lot of that on probably Chewy,
Oh,
so she can get like education and everything in a nice
I like
home.
how, like, unintentionally, I gave almost everyone in Corruption Crew, like, their own little morality pet that they're gonna waste all their money on. So, like, for Tomo, it's the girls. For Onyx, it's Chewy. And then for Gruck, it's the puppies.
It's not. She's not going to waste it. Okay, it's not waste.
Okay,
Yeah.
It's investing in the future of a little
Yeah.
girl.
I'm just saying 100 shirts at most would be 100
Alright,
gold.
let's fucking go. We're moving. And she just
Um,
goes, where am I going?
Just imagine she just goes
This
somewhere.
is-
It's like, wait,
She like walks
This
to
is
the,
the
door
biggest
and
mistake
she
I've made
realizes
so
she
far.
does not know where the ship is and turns around and says, where the fuck are we going?
He directs you to the roof. And none of you guys were actually there for it, but he does have a, like, slightly concealed hangar on the roof of this building, which Vinna would know. You've heard it mentioned. The professor owns this entire building. And when you walk into the hangar, you are immediately really pissed off on behalf of Sammi because the ship in there is fucking beautiful. It is spotless. It's beautiful chrome. You can tell it is incredibly modern, even though you have no idea what the fuck to compare it to, other than the handful of ships that you saw on your way out from the moon, which I'm not even sure Vinna would have seen.
The
That might have
actual
been, like,
clunker?
as soon as we see the ship, Onyx says, "Shotgun."
Okay, independent. What are we doing here? Are we just declaring what our favorite weapon and place is?
I prefer a hammer myself. Or a
Cool.
nice
I like
staff.
keys. Tries to take the keys back.
No.
I can't take this seriously.
Take what seriously?
You are playing this very lightly.
If I don't, I will have an existential crisis. So it's either this or I cry repeatedly. So do you want that or?
I mean, we can always make sure that you, he says as he tries to fucking do the thing, hydrate enough for you to be able to keep those eyes flowing. There you go.
Onyx, like, as Vox mentions weapons, she's like, "Why do we need weapons?" And then she just like balls her like hand into a fist, and you can hear like the of her joints cracking, like her finger joints cracking from that.
That's how you get arthritis.
I like to think she goes like this.
I would like to
and
see
like
those
popping
fingers
out of
in
her
action
forearm is a
later.
shotgun shell. She just- when I got these guns.
She just she just flexes, and it's like the shotgun reload sound.
I'm gonna kill Nocturne.
Oh, come on, Grumpy Pants. Like,
It's not grumpy. I thought the Henshin
Brass.
group was supposed to be filled with people who had righteousness and justice in their hearts, and we're go-getters, not do-nothings. I vote up to...
woke up literally this morning, first of all, from a 10,000 year nap, and you don't know anything about me, second of all, of what I did when I was, actually alive.
That's
So you
okay,
can
but
shove
for
your
right now, we need
high
to
and
get
mighty
moving.
stuff and put it up all the way up your ass.
Are you done? Are you good for?
I'm
the cockpit
already
now?
in the spaceship. Will you move?
The ship when you reach the bridge is a circular room that has one big window, and then all of the other walls are like view screens of different computers, and in the center is a very large clear hollow table, and Vinna, you can see a very clear like spot in the center of the table where the keys would go. When you turn the ignition on, everything lights up, and you see or you hear a voice. Hello, I am Spark. Welcome aboard.
Oh wait, wrong spaceship.
You're flooring it.
You guys can easily enough figure out how to navigate the ship, and anything that is not intuitive, this voice Spark explains to you. To propel the ship forward, you
Vinna,
enter this combination and
Got it.
Yeah.
Onyx, meanwhile, I think
Really
I'm not
be
touching
very-
anything.
there are like scattered around the table in front of each of these different screens, and there are like 3 in front of that big view window at the very front. Several different chairs, and they're like the like what people in the 60s thought sci-fi was like, those like round egg chairs.
Listen, don't knock mid-century modern egg chairs. Those are
I fucking
amazing.
love them. Why do you think they're in this game?
They're surprisingly comfy, yeah.
Yeah.
As Onyx sits in her chair, turns around to Vox, and is like, "Listen, Voxy, look at me," and you can see like
Contamination in the
collar
pilot seat.
sleeves and everything. Do you really think like I look like a righteousness upstanding person thing?
Well, I hoped that, having heard of you and others milling about, that you were part of, 1, a team, but 2, a team of righteousness. And it's not meant to be a fault. It's truly just something I wasn't expecting.
Mr. High and Mighty over here thinks he's all righteous.
Yes. Correct. Thank you,
Hello.
I
chauffeur.
literally.
Hello,
Whoa.
random passenger. How can I help you today?
Oh, God.
That's
God.
terrifying. It does not sound like that. The voice that you guys were hearing on the ship sounds like a very like light and friendly, beautiful female voice.
Also, Onyx, like I literally punched Susan. Well, technically, I headbutted her, but
I don't know who Susan is, but sure, she was like
one of the lords and ladies of Del Diablo.
so is she
I
like
probably
a,
shouldn't have done
like
this.
PTA mom or
Maybe I should just stay on the moon once we're there.
To be fair, if any of the lords and ladies were PTA moms, it would 100% be Susan. But you guys can quickly enough make your way out of the atmosphere and onward to the moon. And by the time you arrive, it's you guys know that about 24 hours have passed since the last time you were here. And it's clear that the majority of the survivors of the... Okay, that's a thing. Thanks, Terry. Scared the living shit out of me. It's clear that the majority of the survivors of the battle have been sent back to Radix. All over the surface are repair crews working on intact spaceships and Zords that are still in one piece, and then crewmen cleaning up the shrapnel of those that were destroyed. And then Ranger Command personnel with data pads and cameras wandering around and recording and accounting for everything that's happening. You can see a very clear landing area that's been marked off that has dozens of smaller ships that are clearly not Henshin necessarily. And when you guys land there and depart the ship, you see a group of about 6 people waiting for you. Although 2 of them stand at the front. It seems like all of them, except for all but 2, are wearing the generic Ranger Command uniforms. The one go ahead.
Sorry, before when we get into the view of the moon, Vinna does kind of shed a tear a little bit, because no matter how far she goes, the moon is always going to be her place, you know.
You can see now that you're here the gyro base. Is that how you say it? I never know.
Gyro.
Has landed. It's now lying down, and it looks pretty indistinguishable from a regular building moon base sort of thing. But the 2 people at the front of this handful of Henshin folks step forward. The first one is a human woman in jeans and a university hoodie beside a Zord that is shaped like a dog-sized chameleon. Scotty, would you like to describe the other person that's standing next to them?
Yes. So you see a very tall, but very thin, you assuming underneath the armor very thin, armored warrior woman who has a giant, what looks to be like a heavy gun, full auto, and you notice underneath there seems to be teeth running on the edge, and you're pretty sure that might be a chainsaw on the underside of it. Not quite sure. Her armor that she's wearing looks just like this, except that its colors are purple with gold trimmings, and there's symbols of golden griffins on it. Specifically the shoulder pads and probably the chest plate.
Does she also have the boob socks?
The boob socks?
Boob couples?
Yes.
I see.
I have a question. How tall is Vox?
Vox is not terribly tall. He is...
But taller than 4'9".
Yes, taller than 4'9".
Okay.
This
We're
armored...
a very triangular size right here.
No, it's
This
it's
armored
more, however,
lady towers
like
over
this.
everybody.
Yeah.
It's
She's
like this.
Pretty much a
like,
giant.
and then this for Onyx at the very end.
Yeah, Vinna is 6'5", so.
Yeah, she's 8'2" without her armor on.
Wow, she's taller than Sammi, so
She's
big.
towering over everybody.
Yeah.
The human woman walks forward and holds out her hand. Hi, I'm Kama Bonaduse. I'm head archivist of Ranger Command. I was told that you were the crew that found the entrance to the ruins.
Hey, Kama. Yes.
Hi.
Well,
Yeah.
I just lived here.
You're Project V.
Who named Project V, and what were they thinking?
I have so many questions.
If it's my
Yeah, me
mom, it would
too.
make too much sense.
We're not here for Project V. We are here to excavate the ruins. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Or-
This voice is gonna kill me, Scott.
And she marches
Um,
forward.
Okay.
Kama sort of motions you along. She says,
I assume Disc marches forward with a triple disadvantage in stealth.
I mean, she's not really trying.
I am not built for
Kama.
stealth. My sound brings fear to my enemies.
It is one thing to know that I'm coming. It's an entirely different thing being able to do something about it.
No matter what they do, the result will be the same.
You guys follow Disc, and as you're going, Kama is sort of jogging to keep up, considering she's probably closer to Vox's height. She's like the only normal height person in this group because you have
normal
giants and then you have Onyx. She's like maybe about 5'5" or so.
Yeah, I'm 5'8" without the armor, and if we're not counting the antlers, then it's probably 5'9". I don't think it's more than an inch.
I think it's also funny because Onyx has no trouble keeping up, considering that she's probably the fastest in the group with a 55 base movement speed.
Yeah.
Yes.
You just Dexter's lab your way around. We were
She's like, so I have been I've been studying Henshin history for several years, and of all of the ancient tech that I've seen, I've seen nothing like this. I mean, I grew up on Altair, so I've seen some very ancient Henshin stuff, but this is insane.
How ancient are we talking?
Wait, like here or
Here.
We're talking about ruins that were before the last 3 turns on Radix, over 1,000 years ago.
that? More than that, probably between like 10 and 16,000 years old.
This is before I'm guessing it's before the moon blew up, because then we would have known about it otherwise, right?
Oh yes, no. The Lunar Kingdom predates Henshin on Radix. So the history goes that the Henshin came from the planet Altair or Cuba,
I've been there, yeah.
to the moon, to the Lunar Kingdom, and then with the fall of the Lunar Kingdom, they then came to Radix. We had always known that there was a kingdom here, but it had never been found. Every attempt to find it had been sort of thwarted by sensors being ruined by different sorts of magics and different things. But finding it I'm very excited. Anyway, here, this is why you're really here. And she leads you through this maze of like felled ships and large holes in the ground, down a rope ladder and into a dimly lit chamber. And the light coming from this room, the light is coming from about a dozen massive blue crystals, all emitting a faint blue glow. The smallest one is about 7 feet tall, and the largest is about 15 feet tall. There are dozens of scientists working, taking readings, adjusting instruments, writing notes, just sort of scattered all around here. And then Disc would know enough to to walk past all of these to the very back of the room. And at the last crystal, it's about 10 feet tall. And the light in this one is sort of like fading in and out gently. And inside you see the silhouette of a humanoid about 3 feet tall. Kama is like, so we think that this crystal started to awaken when you entered the city. It was something, we don't know why. It could have been it could have been the presence of a Henshin. It could have been it could have been the war. Who knows? Whatever it was, the readings off it are getting stronger. And we're pretty sure that whoever is in there is trying to come out. And we figured that with you guys being the ones who found this place and seem to know the most about it, and much more, perhaps, also about the secret base upstairs that you guys might know something more than we do. She starts like walking around the crystal while talking. Whoever is in there is at least 9,000 years old, probably. To have been preserved like this, they must have been someone of very great importance, or they did something very, very naughty.
So this
More
person
likely.
wants to get out. So have you figured out a way, or have you tried smashing it?
They were put into this
Not-
crystal for a reason. Perhaps they are dangerous.
The thing is, we're
Have you
not
yelled
sure.
moon crystal power at it?
No, that is not a thing that we have tried. Actually, hang on. And she like leans over, grabs one of the scientists. Did we try that? No, we did not try that. Apparently, it's not a thing we tried. She's like, there is a chance that they could be somebody devious, but there
have a
is also apparently
Can you
a
see the person inside, or is it just like?
you can see a silhouette, and that's about
Okay.
it. It's impossible to tell. Like, it could be a halfling, it could be a gnome, it could be a child, depending on how the face is. It could maybe even be a kobold. You can't really tell.
I'll ask.
Onyx-
I've probably already tried this before, so I'm not going to do it now. I probably tried to sense corruption on this immediately and probably couldn't get anything. But that doesn't mean that they're not corrupted. The crystal might be a barrier to the senses.
You don't sense any corruption from it.
Okay.
And it's not like anything's blocking you. You just don't sense that it's corrupted.
I have two questions.
Mhm.
One, since we're on the moon, does the moon have a different gravity than Radix?
It's slightly different, but not enough to affect statistics, really.
Okay.
I would think Henshin
Um,
Command has made it so
You
there's
have
like
to think of
artificial
it
gravity.
You have to think
Augmentation.
about it like Power Ranger moon physics, because in Power Rangers, people can breathe on the moon.
Yeah.
I mean, that's entirely possible depending on the size of your moon. I'm not getting into it.
No,
Um,
no.
I-
And
Just
while
don't
all
think
this
about it too
shenaniganery
much.
has been happening,
The second
Vox
question,
just
however,
passes by. Yeah, I'm sorry. You keep going.
Second question, however, is as a rockrai, I can manipulate rock and stone and earth. I'm going to try and just
You like
slightly, like,
open the face.
No, I'm not going to. I just basically, Onyx just like puts a hand to the crystal, and basically just wants to twist it a little bit.
As you
Okay,
as you
what
do,
are you,
like
what
on
are you
this-
trying to
like
do?
the
as you
surface-
do, Disc
just
raises their gun just a little bit.
Like I just basically want to deform. Basically, I want to imprint basically my hand into the crystal itself.
Okay.
Using my rockrai powers to deform the crystal.
You do that, and the crystal actually like shudders in place for a second.
I point the
and
gun at
every
it.
scientist in the room, like half of them just start scribbling faster, and like half of them just like hold the tablet that they're using, like and as you keep your hand there, it's starting to shake more and starting to vibrate to the point where it's vibrating up your hand, Onyx, and starting to make your teeth rattle a little bit. It looks like this crystal is shaking apart at the seams, basically.
Onyx stops.
You pull your hand away, and the teetering or the shaking stops. But you look down and see that where it's been rocking back and forth, the bottom part of the crystal. So it had been sort of like shaped in a sort of, I don't know what that word is. Where the bottom part where it's resting on the ground was narrower than the top or the middle. And it looks like that has cracked even more to the point where it's sort of teetering precariously.
Is my hand imprinted there?
Your hand imprint is still there.
Okay.
You do know though, Onyx, because your connection to rock and crystal and just this thing is going to be heavy and it's very likely about to fall.
Should we get this person out of there? I mean,
Uh,
like, nobody really deserves to be stuck in a crystal.
As you're sort of saying that, Kama is like, I think that's gonna, and there is just this ear-splitting thunderous crash as this crystal shatters on the floor of this room. There are carts and machinery and bits of like, they had like different kinds of wires and things hooked up to the crystal just are completely destroyed. And lying prone and seemingly unconscious among the chunks of crystal is a person. She's breathing and looks completely unharmed and healthy otherwise. But she's not 3 feet tall. Does our guest player want to describe your character? You're muted.
You're still muted.
Callie, you're still muted.
I would love to. I'm sorry. I'm very excited. So this person she's probably wearing her Henshin uniform, right? So, the Henshin uniform is all white, and there's black in spots, and it looks like the entire like void of the universe is like has been encased in like the blackness of her outfit, and there's a cape flowing behind her, and it's like full of galaxies that are moving continuously. And like at the top is like a spout of blue hair coming out. And she probably steadies herself and
she is not conscious quite yet.
Oh, cool.
Sorry.
Then I won't say it.
Okay.
But anyway, surprise, motherfuckers!
Wow, I would have never guessed.
Honestly, I didn't guess that was.
I had no idea.
Wow.
Onyx looks at that and is like, great, it's another Henshin.
Rude.
What, you have
I
a
go
problem
over
with Henshin?
I go over down on one knee and I put 2 fingers to the throat. Is there a pulse?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, are you alright?
They don't appear
She
to be
definitely,
conscious,
like,
but they are alive.
She definitely transformed like mid like this thing cracking, so she just kind of taps her with her hammer.
Which,
by the way,
hey,
this
are you awake?
It doesn't look like this. I got those before she got the hammer, but it's a hammer, has a big fuck off spider on it.
It's that hammer.
Yeah.
Do they appear to be injured in any way?
They do not. And before anything else happens, I want to explain how your character got here, Callie. Nightfall.
Yeah.
The Lunar Kingdom has fallen. The dynasty is either dead or lost. And you warned the Lunar Queen, but you know it's too late. They're here now, and the witch's spell has you paralyzed. And before you stands your team, the Guardians of the Dynasty. Their weapons are drawn, and they stare at you in a mix of disgust, anger, and disappointment. Cosmos, in the brilliant red and orange armor, just sort of glares at you dismissively. The Guardian of Time, the aged and well-regarded dwarf, just looks disappointed. And the most painful is the Guardian of Gravity, who you at one point considered your best friend, and maybe perhaps more, stares at you just in absolute fury. Behind them stands the witch's retinue, the guardian of magma, smiling viciously and twirling her flaming spear around. Toxin, who is currently spreading more venom onto her daggers while maintaining eye contact, and the guardian of smoke standing behind them, his form sort of drifting in and out of the shadows as he prowls around like one of the large cats native to the world that yours orbits. And standing in front of them, or sort of as they part, as the evil witch, Cryolite, approaches. Nightfall. This wasn't necessary. I could have given you anything you wanted. She releases the spell slightly enough that you can talk.
You know you won't get away with this. They will see their senses.
I already have. My niece is as good as dead. I will find her, and when I do, I'll come back for you. But for now, I want you to see. I want to wait. I want you to see your world in ruins. And she just lifts her hand, and the room that you're standing in had a small layer of water in it, and out of the water just rises up this crystal spike of a staff, and around you the water, seemingly from the ground and as well as just from the air, coalesces around you in this freezing pillar of ice that you have seen before, that then crystallizes into a impenetrable stone crystal. Nightfall, the last thing you remember was seeing the evil witch staring at you. And the next thing you remember, you're lying on the ground, and there are a lot of people standing around you, none of which you recognize.
There's an 8-foot-tall armored juggernaut with a giant gun pointed at your face, by the way.
There's also another purple lady that is also huge standing above you with a hammer.
At least a couple races you don't think you've ever seen before.
Yeah.
I'm kind, bitch.
You guys see this individual on the ground awake.
Not to mention...
State your purpose, Xenos.
All of them in fashion that is completely alien to you and doesn't look like anything you've seen in your science fiction.
Nightfall scoots up. She jumps up and she steadies herself and she says, "Goevu, tuisi, goevu."
Behind you guys, Kama sort of like are. Holy shit. Okay. I'm pretty sure she's speaking ancient Yusharan, which is the ancient language of the Henshin. I am minorly decent at it.
So you can translate.
Hopefully, yeah. She does a rough translation, and as she's talking, Nightfall, the language that they're saying, it sounds familiar to an ancient language that you had heard before.
Ask them what their purpose
hello?
is and what their name is. And I'd like everybody to give me wisdom saving throws.
Oh boy! Yes! Scotty's like, fuck you, I'm doing it this time.
Sucker!
Thanks.
I have good charisma!
I'm sorry, you
It's
said
wisdom.
wisdom saving throw,
It's
correct?
wisdom, yep.
Oh, wisdom.
Oh.
That's not terrible. 16.
16.
Okay.
10.
Wow.
10.
Okay, the one I wanted to fail failed. You cannot
I just
lie.
woke up.
I
just
cast
woke
Zone
up.
Fruit.
I wasn't going to. I wasn't going
Just-
to lie.
Onyx
just
is also
imagine-
affected.
Yeah, just imagine Onyx feels the same magic effect against.
He's like, God damn it!
Bitch again.
I say, I think I understand, and I take my hood off, and it's a void tiefling, with long blue hair and glowing yellow eyes, and her skin is like galaxies.
You said no corruption, right?
No corruption. And she says, I am Nightfall. I mean no harm to you. I don't know where I am.
You're on the moon?
The mo-
Onyx po-
Radix? Oh,
Where are you from?
history.
What are you trying to remember with your history?
Trying
Onyx-
to remember like what the Moon Kingdom would have been called.
Answer now before I put additional holes in you.
Onyx looks at Disc and says, like, just
Calm
down, cop for a moment, okay?
Grab your metal titties and calm down.
And then she like pulls out like this woman
Kenna,
just
you
woke
okay?
up from like what a 5,000 year slumber. Give her a moment, and she pulls out a flask and hands it to Nightfall.
What is
Vinna would
this?
know that it was typically called the Lunar Kingdom.
Okay, so like, okay. Yeah, this is where the Lunar Kingdom used to be, but it's not anymore. It's you're in the future.
In the few.
It's alcohol.
It's alcohol. But do you burn? You burn?
No, drink. You'll
drink?
want it. Yes. You're like the nerd said. You're like 5,000 years old or something like that. There's a lot to catch up on.
5,000. No. I was just there.
Yeah, so was I, but here we are. Not there. I was a little bit later, but like, you know, I get it. It's fun.
She's only
I
like
get it.
1,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
I suppose I should tell you my real name. My name is Olamina. You can call me Ollie.
Hi.
But
Vinna.
hello. You're very pretty. You are very pretty. You are very pretty. I'm sorry.
Onyx can't blush, but Onyx says you're also very pretty.
Vinna can blush, and she is very much doing so.
Thank you very much. I would like to sit down. Lady
Yeah.
with the big gun, please do not shoot me. I will sit down.
Vinna will like scooter over with like the hilt of her hammer, just
Just hits the
gun-
wall of metal armor
Yeah,
and
yeah.
nothing moves.
The big
Like, a
gun,
little-
she just
like, tapping
puts
her like step away.
the big gun. She just puts in one hand and lets most of it just rest on her shoulder. And as you like
Onyx-
attempt to stop her, only her helmet moves, and she just looks over at Vinna. The red eye
Calm
visor's
your-
glaring at you.
Listen, if she is evil, we can take care of it. Calm your titties and let her breathe.
Hi,
Yes,
can
you.
I?
Hello.
Let her breathe for now.
Sorry, I've been waiting patiently to try and find a safe place to interrupt. I don't want to interrupt anybody's conversation. Pleasure to meet you, Voxhart.
Hip, beep, 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 beep. Hello.
Certainly. History check, please.
Go for it.
She didn't know what you were doing with your hand.
That's perfectly fine.
Are you just trying to figure out what the fuck she was trying to do?
No, I was trying to do a history check on the concept of nightfall.
What'd you get?
I got an 18.
Okay. So you know that all Henshin have a theme to them. All of them get their power from some source. So like Voxhart exemplifies the courage and fearsomeness of a stag. Obviously, Vinna is an aspect of the moon. This individual, Nightfall, you would guess either your initial thought from the name would be something like darkness, but from the suit, you're guessing maybe something like space.
Well, no. So I understood that. What I meant was ancient Henshin. Interested in knowing if I know this ancient Henshin. Sorry.
So you're fine. A lot of when the Lunar Kingdom fell, there were basically 5 survivors. And those survivors were the first Henshin on Radix. Not a lot of their history remains. So finding these ruins is the biggest discovery in thousands of years. Finding a living artifact of this people is insane. You've never heard of this individual. You know that there must have been Henshin up here, but you'd never imagine you could meet one.
Oh yeah, I've had enough of keeping quiet and letting hilarity ensue, as the TV guide would say. So, Alamina, welcome to the year, whatever year system we're using.
22 NY.
22 NY.
Oh God, it's been. Oh. Rita's having like, oh God, it's 2020 moments.
You are one of the first of an entire series of heroes. Thank you for existing.
I would like to sit down.
Yeah, Onyx pulls like one of the like
one of the
pieces-
researchers had
the-
sort of
one of
jogged
the
off.
debris of the crystal, and basically as she pulls it towards her, she like uses her powers to form it into like a seed and puts it towards Ollie.
Show off.
Oh, thank you very much.
Seeing that you're not an immediately hostile threat, Disc also laxes just a little bit, but is definitely keeping an eye on Nightfall the whole time. She takes off her helmet, and as she does, you see underneath a void rye with short black hair. And her skin pigment is black and white, and it's like a Rorschach ink blot. Perfectly symmetrical in the middle.
Onyx looks and is like, still a cop, and then turns her attention back to Ollie.
Hey,
Onyx says that aloud, right?
Yes.
You don't have to say it out loud. My passive's 22, I hear it.
No, I say this
She
because
thinks it and you know.
aren't you effectively a cop, Onyx?
No, she isn't.
She's
What are you
dating
talking
one.
about?
I thought she was a Henshin too, no?
She wishes.
Oh.
I thought she said something about being the strong Henshin or something.
Yeah,
like
she
that.
is, according to her.
It's just a joke.
I 100% believe this is in character, and Vox is just now realizing
That there, I
there's
mistook
somebody
the
in this
name.
party that is not a Henshin.
Wait, what does that FBI shirt say? Oh.
A female body inspector.
Yeah, that's exactly what just happened.
She has a fake recaster from the gift shop that
Yeah.
Sammi bought her.
That you saw Sammi buy.
To be
Yeah.
fair,
When she
Correct. Correct, Vinna.
Alright.
There's been a lot that's happened in these past 24 hours.
So
Oh, you're
did
fucking
Vox
telling
say that
me.
out loud? His whole realization that Onyx is not actually a Henshin?
Why would you lie like that?
I thought it was obvious.
You're,
With the
Look
way
at
you
me.
act,
the box
Can I come
type.
back later?
not far off. I'm sorry, Ollie?
Oh, Vox,
Should I
you're
come back later?
Fucking hilarious.
No,
Oh
you
my
stay.
God. Oh.
Onyx says, no, it's fine. It's just I never expected this joke to pay off in this way, and she just like starts giggling and eventually laughing more and more.
Vinna gives her a high five, just like yeah.
Onyx gives her one.
Oh,
Voxhart, you're highest in command here.
life is pain.
Oh, Voxy, come on, don't be like that.
Do you believe that
Don't be
this
foxy,
do you
Voxy.
believe that this nightfall might be trusted?
I'm sorry, are you talking to me, Disc?
Yes. You're the highest ranking Henshin here, if I remember correctly.
No.
To be fair, Vinna,
Excuse
when
me,
was
I
the
was
last
just
time you took your
recognized.
Instant fury.
Excuse me.
and
I'll
in that
rank
very
him by
moment, Voxhart
centuries.
loosens up a bit.
In that moment, Voxhart realized he fucked up.
Well, to be fair, the large loud one over there is actually very closely related to Ranger 1 Yost.
Oh, is she?
I know.
She surprises
What?
me. She's nothing like him.
Ranger Prime.
I'm sorry?
She's nothing
Ranger
like
Prime.
Ranger Prime.
Ranger Prime.
He's a big blowhard. He took over Ranger Command, like 300 years after you guys.
Onyx just looks
he
to
blew up
Onyx
the
like you
moon
wouldn't know
once.
him.
He blew up the moon once. Don't worry about it. We are trying to save him though, so we're here to do that.
He blew up the moon in protection of Radix.
So Kat, they
That's
said
what
the
he
year.
says that he did. I think he
It's-
was just being dramatic.
He is our
They
glorious
said the
leader.
year earlier.
Go ahead and have Oli roll a
Oli.
intelligence check or history if she has it.
Have Oli to a Rolly.
Why? That's Ollie.
Yeah.
You said Rolly.
It's roly poly oly. Small
Someone's
intro.
trying to
I was like, I can't remember what the fuck the song is, but I was like, that's oh, thank
He's
you.
the smartest kid, the smartest kid.
Around.
Anyway,
Yeah.
15.
Okay. Based on what they told you, the year they mentioned, it sounds sort of similar to the years that the humanoids of the planet that the moon orbits use.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're telling the truth, it's been thousands of years. I don't know the exact math, but at least 9,000.
What does the
Been
scouter say
there.
about her chronic age of stasis?
And
It's
she-
over 9,000.
She like, Vinna just kind of like crouches next to her and she says, "I know it's a lot to take in, and trust me, there's a lot of stuff that happened even between me and between my time and yours. And I don't even know what happened after that. But we could really use your help. Like I said, we're here to save my uncle, and there's something in
Wait.
your
There's something wrong with the Ranger Prime. You hear from all the way across the other side of the room as Disc marches over. What are you
Shut
not
up
telling
and
me?
Shut up and let me talk for a second.
Disc, why don't we speak over here? And I will walk Disc and I guess put my hand. I was gonna try for like the back, and then I realized that I can probably touch the calf or somewhere abouts, and attempt
Not
to
in your
lead
dreams,
her that
Voxhart.
way. I'm sorry.
Not in your dreams, Voxhart.
Not intended, Disc.
Just a group of lesbians and Vox Arena.
Listen, this is the story of Vox's life.
This is
Okay, but
this
to
is
be
a group
fair,
of
Vinna is absolutely pansexual. She doesn't give a shit.
this is
Yeah,
a group
no,
of
I know.
lesbians and their emotional support himbo.
I'm sorry that I fooled you into thinking I was a himbo.
We all know. We all know.
I think Ollie's first
I would
impression
like
of you
to.
is
I would
himbo.
like to say emotional himbos. That's plural. Vinna is not lesbian.
Anyway,
we need to. We're looking for something in your kingdom, and we would. I know it's hard, and I know that you just woke up, and it's a whole thing, but please, he's my family, and whatever is down there is the only thing is one of the only things that's gonna help him.
She puts her hand on your hand and says, "I will help anyone who needs help."
And
Oh.
I promise I will help you however I can. There's a lot I don't know, but we can figure it out together.
Onyx says, "Oh, also, you can keep that for now if you take a liking to it. If not, you can give it back. Whatever."
But the alcohol,
Yeah.
you can take it. It's fine. I don't really feel like,
Well, I'll keep
drinking
it
right
safe
now.
for you. Also, we
Okay.
didn't tell you our names. I'm Onyx.
Oh yes.
That's Vinna.
Oh.
Shortstick over there is Voxy Foxy. And
We
is
absolutely
Cop.
did introduce you.
Did we?
Oh, you are so weak.
Also,
You are incredibly weak.
My henshin name is the Lunar Knight. So.
I don't think we did. I think only Ollie did.
I think I only remember Ollie telling us.
Yeah.
So
I
so
did,
your
but
name
I
is
don't think
Foxy
it-
Hoxy. Your name is Foxy Hoxy. Foxy. But in Ollie's brain now.
I'm just saying.
I mean, she said it.
She also introduced Disc as Cop, by the way.
Oh,
Her name is Disc. Yes.
okay.
I just realized that in the way that things go, when you guys finally get back to Radix, Oli is now going to associate every CD she ever sees and think it's named after this woman she met.
Do we still have CDs?
She's gonna see her glare
God,
in
do
every
do we
disc.
still have CDs? Is that still
Look,
a thing?
it's Disc. Sorry.
Help you if there's a place that has the same name as Sandisk. Oh my god, your disc's on!
No, I'm not.
Disc's on!
You will call me Disc and by nothing else.
Senpai.
She pulls out a laser axe. Disc.
This is all out of character. This is all
This
on the
isn't.
side off
You gotta
screen.
say that shit.
She's got like 22 passive perception, so she heard that.
Yeah.
I mean,
When you do passive perception, lets you break the fourth
20.
wall and hear out of character conversation.
I remember. I
She
can totally
reaches
see
through the
Simon having
webcam
that
and just
power.
grabs you.
Yeah, I'm gonna aggressively rewind or restart my save and begin.
I felt the disturbance in the swartz.
Yes.
Almost
so,
like we've done this before. The name is Disc.
So, should we get going? I have a hankering to punch something.
What is the objective? Looks at Voxhart.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna look at Kama for a second and usher them over.
She's like just staring. Hi.
Kama.
Mhm.
Hi. Yes, I know. There's a lot.
There's
There's
a lot.
I'm gonna need your help for a separate project.
Uh-huh.
To answer your question, Disc, the prime objective is to aid Vinna, the Lunar Knight, in whatever way we can to save Ranger Prime Yost.
And what do we need
That
in
is our
these ruins?
prime objective. What we need in this ruins, that we can defer to the Lunar Knight.
Looks over at Vinna. Starts tapping her foot.
Everyone in the room just turns to look to the person next to each
You
other.
wanted me to let you be the leader. Here you go.
Okay, Kat, can you
I feel like
ju-
Aya and Vinna both got punted under the bus in the exact same moment.
Okay, can I?
Vinna is smart enough to know.
Yeah.
The
Thank
reason that you guys came here is Nocturne told Vox and Passion that there is a chance that there might be some ancient tech in the ruins that you guys found that might be able to help Yost, considering all of the tech of the Lunar Empire doesn't exist anymore. It's basically unheard of and operates on completely different wavelengths of everything that you guys would know. So it might that you might be able to find a device or a magic item or an artifact that might be able to help.
Okay. We are looking for some sort of technology that could help him heal. This is
So we don't even know what we're looking for. Going to
No,
ruins that no
because-
one's excavated.
But we have an expert right here, so we're fine. And
With
she,
a newly
gestures
formed
to-
team that apparently clearly has no coordination at all.
That's the perfect starter team.
It's hey, also that's not true.
I
We
am.
have perfect
All I've
coordination.
heard
Isn't that high five
From the
Yeah,
Lunar
and
Knight
we do
is
not-
We didn't even
arguing
look at each
and
other.
contesting against everyone.
That was completely just the two of us being on instinct and total synchronicity and just synergy, you know?
Truthfully, Nightfall has been the most complacent. She just woke up.
Just like sipping a juice box.
Somebody
Can you
just brought
please
her
have
orange
ancient Capri
slices.
Sun in your hands? You have the first round of Ecto Cooler.
I just imagine Ollie like sitting there and like that's like when it's getting empty, the like that loud like slurping noise that then comes like the
Well, after she is reconstituted, I'm sorry, I didn't actually get a chance to ask you, Ollie. She, yes?
Yes, I believe she. Yes.
Okay, just we ask that sort of question now. It's a good thing. So, as far as that's concerned, Disc, if you want to defer to me, that's fine. But for any questions referring to the project at hand, this is really Venus' show.
Understood.
Onyx under her breath, Project V.
Are we ready to go then,
Yas
Project
never
V?
was very good. Yas was never good at names. That was not in his.
Lunar Night.
I
Yes.
think I have an idea of maybe where to go. If it's still around, I mean, it's been 9,000 years, but
It would
I
be
could take you there.
it would be a direction somewhere.
See, it's a good start. Even if we don't find anything, we can still look for it. And hopefully we will.
Means of a leader.
A comma sort of for what it's worth, Disc. We have explored a portion of the stuff here, and it seems, as far as we can tell, like Olamina here is the only thing that we've seen that is currently alive and was giving off those energy signatures. There are other creatures in ice and crystal that we've seen, but none have been giving off that energy signature that she
There's
was.
no one else.
Have there been any hazards in the excavation?
Not that we've seen. I mean, there have been a couple of cave-ins, but I mean,
And-
that's kind of to be expected in ancient ruins like this.
Any pockets of corruption?
None that we've seen. My
Onyx
history
just
suggests that the
snorts.
Lunar Kingdom was actually relatively removed from corruption of Radix. Then again, corruption is a very unique thing to Radix. Like, I personally don't know a whole lot about it, but I'm also an alien, actually, so, you know.
It is a bane to reality. It will tear it apart if it's not annihilated.
That's a very
Okay,
black and white
um,
visual there, Disc. Maybe we can find our way back to the grayscale, maybe somewhere on the color scheme.
Onyx like, I know why I don't like her.
This entire party is gonna drag Disc onto the fucking rainbow, kicking and screaming.
That's the hope.
You're really lucky Disc hasn't used the sentencing degradation yet.
Disc is an independent, isn't she?
Disc isn't a Henshin.
In all
I
that
am
armor.
not. I am not
the entire
independent.
thing.
I am part of the Star Wars Knights with the Shield.
That sounds as
it's
much as a team as any other I've heard.
a different kind of team. De-Fragger team. It's a joint cooperation thing.
You may be the first De-Fragger I've seen that was not a Winari.
What the hell?
No, that's a
I
good
did
thing.
not
I'm
know
glad
they
that
did
means that it's not.
I did not know that they let non-Winaris do defragging.
That is a good thing.
I don't mean to be rude or anything. It's just weird, super weird.
Same, but also honestly, so far, Vonari De-Fraggers are 2 for 1 so far, wanting to kill me. Jury's still out on this one.
Now,
To be
To
fair,
be fair, of
I guess
all of the De-Fraggers she's met, I think those that want to kill her outweigh those that didn't try to kill her.
I mean,
Or Winari,
one
yeah.
was just a misunderstanding.
Oh no, I was talking about the ones that locked you in the bubble and tried to kill you.
Yeah, but there was just one De-Fragger.
Well, there were 3 in the group. It was just one that targeted you.
Okay.
To be fair, Onyx,
Nightfall.
I feel like Visca would have. To be fair, I feel like Visca would have thought you were pretty cool, Onyx. So.
I'll take it.
What is this
Onyx,
location
what
that
the
you
fuck
speak
is a
of?
Visca?
Oh, it's
She had to deal with garbage all the time, so it makes sense.
it
Oh,
feels like I
thanks for
should
the
leave.
compliment.
What's really funny is Zone of Truth has been on this whole time, and I don't think anyone's died.
No.
Should we get going? Because it's already been a.
I believe
some
everybody's
hours,
been
so-
waiting for you, Lunar Knight.
Yeah.
So
Me? What? Me? Go, let's go. I'm ready.
I walk
Are you
forward
ready,
and
Ollie?
I walk forward in front of everybody, but I grab Venus' hand and I say, "Let's go."
How tall is Nightfall
On it.
compared to
Alright.
Vina?
She's 6 foot, I think.
Onyx just
So
like in the tail end of
it's like
the
a-
Zone of Truth. Oh my god, she's so adorable and pure.
comma, before I follow along.
I
with
reach
them,
out for Onyx's hand too.
Double
That
dipping.
polycule is volatile.
Yeah, Onyx takes the hand. There's no resisting this.
No.
Happy smile. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I put a art of her in the chat. So
Yes.
good.
Yeah.
She's
It's
great.
so good.
She's super pretty.
Yeah.
So where is Oli leading them?
I'm going to take them to the palace. I think that would be like I'm probably the most interested in it, seeing it after all of this time. So like,
Mhm.
and also what it holds might be helpful.
Disc puts
No.
the helmet back on, has the gun out, and proceeds to go with.
Okay, so
So do I have comma's attention for 5 seconds before we
Oh,
go? I was
yeah.
trying to. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't want to be a
no.
party pooper here. Did you, in your excavation so far, find any information? I'm working on a project with some higher ups in Ranger Command. We're trying to learn a bit more about the player phenomenon. Has anything been shown here?
I've not seen anything about that here. I have my hands in a couple of different projects. There is a Henshin that I do know of back home. Well, your home. Anyway, back on Radix that might be able to help. I can give you her name and I'll write it down and I'll give it to you later because I
That's
don't know if my
perfectly fine.
computer can handle having that many Google Docs open.
Don't worry about it.
Um,
But thank you on that.
Yeah, sure. I would love to follow you guys.
No.
Okay, all right.
I'm gonna say that for you, so you don't have to feel bad about not being able to.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Does that help?
Yes.
Good.
I'll have a chance to talk to her
your pride
later.
is maintained.
It's fine.
Just
It's fine.
send me that information.
Yep.
That's a top priority. Right?
You can see she goes back to the rest of the team, but is very clearly doing the like looking over the shoulder. You can see that they're analyzing parts of the crystal, and it looks like, based on what you guys saw on your way down here, they're basically methodically going through the ruins and cataloging each room as they go. So it's the long, boring scientist way of exploration. And the rest of you guys are like, fuck this, we're adventurers. We kick down doors and we're going to the palace.
Do you want to come?
Yes.
Then go. Come on. I was trying to save you. But you're fine. Let's go.
She like eagerly jogs after you guys. And the little the chameleon dog, the dog-sized chameleon Zord that she has with her, sort of like scuttles after. The legs are extremely short. It's absolutely adorable. And
You're telling me that she's
super
comma
fucking
chameleon.
ridiculous. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you, Cat.
Cat!
Thank you, Cat. I'm glad that it took me 0.2 seconds to figure out.
You know
the
what?
shtick.
They come and go. They come and go.
Oh. So, the 6 of us press forward.
Yes, please.
So, Oli, you lead them through the ruins where the area where you were, was on the outskirts of the main complex, the main city. You had you were basically the stalling factor. You were intending to stop them before they reached the city. Same. You guys, you lead them into this vast open cavern of what initially seems to be just rock structures. To those of you that don't have dark vision, do any of you have dark vision except for Oli?
I don't know.
Yes, I have. Dark
Wait,
vision.
Vinna is based
Yes,
off
I
of
do.
the okay, yeah.
I do. Yeah.
I was trying to see. I have
technically-
heads-up display, but that doesn't give me anything for dark vision.
I have only keen hearing. I don't have dark vision.
Does anybody else need a hand? And I like unfurl my tentacles and like I like pull them out so like everybody could hold them if you need to, since everybody's probably taller than me. But they're
I'm
move.
shorter than you,
No,
actually.
Onyx is also much shorter
Well,
than you.
okay.
The red
so
lights-
Get on my shoulders.
The red lights on my helmet go
You don't want to know.
and turn on a cone of light, and I say, pass.
Okay. I mean, like, Vinna could take a tentacle, and like Onyx could have my hand, and like.
Oh, I bet they will.
I'm just gonna follow these ladies forward.
But you can't see. Take my other hand.
Disc is actively looking out for any potential ambushes from anything that could be in these caves. So if I need to roll perception, let me know.
As you walk through here, you initially assume that you're seeing like rock structures. But as you get further in, those of you that have dark vision and those of you that are relying on the light that Disc is providing, you see that the floor of the cave is actually worked stone. And what you had assumed was a cavern wall is actually the smooth stone of a building, perhaps a home. Ahead of you is a depression running down the center of the cavern, or rather a street. It looks to be a waterway long since dried up. Far overhead hang what you had initially thought were stalactites, but you instead now see are massive building-sized chunks of crystal. They're colored dull and impossible to make out in the light that you do have. Oli leads you forward through the ruined wreckage of the city. You can see it almost looks like this. The buildings weren't built into the cave. It looks as if they sort of fell into a cavern that has now since sort of like closed over top. The massive crystals that you're seeing seem to be dangling from these just absolutely massive steel arches that sort of crisscross over the streets of the city. You continue forward further, and in the distance start to see the domed tops of this absolutely massive and beautiful building. Oli, you recognize instantly the beautiful arches of the palace.
Still standing? Like
it looks as if, like, you can see that there are there are different, you know, that the palace had multiple different towers and complexes to it, each with those domed roofs. A couple of them seem to be broken, but most of it seems intact. You do also know, though, that the only reason that this moon was habitable was because of the terraforming devices that the Lunar Dynasty used. So perhaps part of the lack of wreckage is just that gravity and the ravages of weather and the sort of things that you would deal with on a normal planet with a normal atmosphere haven't quite reached. You guys make your way closer and come to a open courtyard that has this just beautiful and elaborate fountain that's long since dried up and looks to be heavily damaged. You had seen, as you were sort of walking through here, it looks like big chunks of rubble have sort of destroyed a lot of this area. And you enter through this beautiful arched door. The one door is absolutely perfectly pristine, and the other is just completely smashed and lying off to the side in ruins from what appears to be like a fallen, broken stalactite sort of thing. You guys enter, and the interior of this building, it's actually lit. You saw as you were approaching these stained glass windows. Many of them were shattered. There was like one nearest where you were. And as you enter, you realize that through some kind of magic or technology, it seems as if the window is illuminating inward, as if the light is actually coming from the windows. Oli, you know that it's a sort of a rare mineral that's ground up into the paint that these windows are painted with that gives this beautiful glow at all times, day or night. You make your way further into the castle or into the palace, and this beautiful large entry opens up to a two stairways that sort of go up and around to a higher level. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to try and share this with you, and he's gonna stop the second I do. I don't know if you can see the dog. His little paws are kicking while he's sleeping. And of course, he fucking stopped now.
Just the thought of it is fine.
Also, I literally cannot move my chair an inch because he is sleeping directly next to the wheel of my chair. Oli, you know that the the healing device is in the uppermost chambers of where the Lunar Queen study. The terraforming devices are in the bowels of the palace. And the armory is one of the wings off to the sort of left of where the actual throne room is.
I tell them about the armory, the healing device, and the terraforming device, and I say, might one of those help? Maybe?
I mean, the healing device does sound like it would be what we're looking for.
Any kind of automated security that might be around.
Is there a cat?
You know that there were like magical guards and wards on these doors to protect any kind of like unwanted entry. But you also know that the Lunar Queen had like archmages in her court that would regularly like refresh those magics.
Mm-hmm.
You're not sure how they would have lasted after all this time. If they would still be there but weaker, or
stronger.
Yeah,
I am curious about that armory. I'll say directly.
Man,
Is there a possibility of us looking in there?
Fucking Passion should have been here. She would have been kind of useful considering that her patron is the Lunar Queen.
Okay.
I don't know if my powers are anything to do with this.
Oli, you have no idea what they're talking about. The Lunar Queen has almost definitely been dead for thousands of years. You know that the Lunar Dynasty, they do have extended lifespans, but not 9,000 years.
Yeah, I say I would think if I was still in the crystal for 9,000 years, I would think that she would be dead, and the evil queen would have taken over. And I do not believe you.
Evil queen.
I mean, I haven't personally met the Lunar Queen.
Onyx.
Although, considering my name, I possibly have some connection to it, but I just kind of like looked at the moon once and then I saw a mirror and that was a whole thing, and let's not get into that nonsense.
Who's this evil
Onyx
queen that you
sharks?
mentioned?
It's been 9,000 years, probably dead.
I believe that she is like some sort of entity. She's not like a real living person, but like a spirit.
I believe, if I remember correctly, I was sealed in the crystal by the evil queen, and her purpose was to try and kill the Lunar Queen. She was very old at that time. I do not believe that she is still alive, even after that tyrant came in and tried to kill her. I just don't. I'm sorry. I do not believe you.
Onyx looks to Onyx like, you were put in a crystal. Maybe she was put in a crystal as well and just woke up a little bit earlier.
Also, she could have reincarnated. That's a thing. You know,
Ascended to godhood. I heard that happens.
Also
She might have become a
possible.
laser lich. They are quite dangerous beings.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck.
There's a lot of ifs. There
My
are a lot
grandpa
of
was one.
possibles. Let's work with the facts for now. We know that we are in the palace of 9,000 years ago, the Lunar Dynasty. We know that the item you are looking for, Lunar Knight, should be here. And we know that Nightfall is the person who could spot it best. I think it makes the most sense to let Nightfall usher us forward.
I mean, yes, that wasn't in question, but I was just saying that like maybe there's like a deactivation thing, like a phrase or gesture of hands or
I pull out
something.
Damascus.
Huh?
A key, a passphrase, slash.
Now you're talking my language.
Vinna, yeah, no, that tracks with what I'm used to.
Yeah, and Onyx also like just be there. Now you're talking my language to
Also, I
Vox.
think Aya froze.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
definitely froze.
Oh no.
Rip.
Oh, the eyes moved.
There was a
The
frame.
eyes moved.
Yay, frame. Let's not pause the game.
Let us head
Gonna
to
roll
the.
unless you tell me otherwise.
Let us head to this healing chamber you speak of, and then we will visit the armory.
Are you?
We're trying to get in, yes?
I
might be lost
Rip.
somewhere here.
Oh,
Here she goes.
Bye,
Oh.
bye, Aya.
Rip Aya.
Baya.
Oh no.
Bye.
Oh no.
And we're all. I am the grid master now.
Oli, you know that the Lunar Queen's chambers was off to the right of where the. Hi, Aya. Off
Welcome
to the
back.
right of the
Hello.
throne room.
Okay. And do I believe that there was like a passcode or something, or just slashing the wall would do something?
I'll say that you had so Oli had sort of, as in the last few weeks that you remember, which now you realize was much longer ago, the Lunar Queen came to you and basically confided in you that she knew that something was wrong. She was sensing that something was happening and she couldn't control it. She sort of confided in you and was depending on you to give her any kind of help you could. So you did have communication with her in like her private chambers, talking with her about plans and things. And you knew that the device that she had only been used a few times before in ancient wars. And it was designed to basically give an army a breath of fresh air. It's not something like when she had first mentioned it, Oli possibly had like a moment of panic, remembering the last time that you had seen Cryolite, who you now know as the evil witch.
Mhm.
The last time she had raised her army, as the Lunar Kingdom had gone to war in the past, and Oli had seen that, although at the time you were not a Henshin. And you'd seen, or you'd heard stories at least, of Cryolite's staff bringing fallen soldiers back to life with this just frigid, cold breath in their lungs. But the Lunar Queen told you that that's not what her device would do. It wouldn't bring you back from death, but it would give a small amount of healing to a very large amount of people. You're not sure what it could do for one person, but if you're not sure exactly what Ranger Prime means, but he seems to be a Henshin of fairly great importance.
Yeah, he seems important to
He might be able to
most of the
use the
people
device in
here.
a different way.
Yeah. He seems important to most of the people here.
Yeah, most of them. A couple of them.
2 of them.
So
3.
3. One of them was like freaking out about it.
I take my
I-
sword above my head, but then
Oh,
I
I just realized I
stash it
never
back.
answered your question. You know that the Lunar Queen did use a like a magical phrase to stop the magic from hurting you and her when she entered the room. But she also told you that she changed it often so that she didn't risk people entering when they weren't supposed to, including yourself.
I put my sword away as I get ready to strike the door in front of us, whichever door this is.
Can
I
try?
God damn it.
Hi.
Oh, there. No.
Oh yeah,
It
you
works.
skipped out. You skipped in again. Like I'm just gonna finish my little bit and then I'm gonna pass it to you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I put the sword away. I look at Nightfall. I can't, in good conscience, do damage to this holy space. Your queen is one of the reasons why Henshin even exist on Radix. It's without her having sacrificed herself, she wouldn't have been able to let her guardians come to Radix and found Henshin Command, or at least the precursor to it. You're part of a very important part of time. Without you, we wouldn't have... I mean, I'm going to go out and say it. We wouldn't have heroes.
Well,
My perspective.
Onyx scoffs.
Yeah, when you show me that you're a hero, I'll believe it. For now, I just know you're strong.
Ouch.
Prove me wrong.
I
Sits
saved
behind
it.
tables, starts sipping something.
Onyx, I saved the
mean,
little girl.
you
How many have you
are
saved?
very important to Henshin history, but there are people outside of Henshins that did very important things.
Can you name a few? I'd be curious.
My mom, my aunt, my grandpa.
So to you,
No.
just like my thing was for me, your thing is to you.
No, there was like the whole De-Fragger faction.
Hey.
Everybody is important to history.
Are we here to argue, or are we here
Yes.
to save Ranger Prime?
Thank you,
Both.
Dis.
Nightfall.
Yes, the
I'm
answer
gonna
is
open this
yes.
door.
Okay. You too can be a hero. Anyway, let's go.
Only you know that the Lunar Queen liked to name the passwords that she used were typically named after different kinds of crystals. Go ahead and
Crystal power.
Roy, intelligence checked for me.
I need to get a better dice. I just got these dice for this character. Intelligence check.
Mhm.
11.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a different dice.
You're not 100% sure what it could be. You do also know that the magic that triggers it's not typically lethal. It would usually, at least not to a Henshin of your strength or any enemy of the queen that would try to intrude in here.
So
You're
how
muted.
bad is this
I
magic?
know.
Because I can take a bit of punishment. Want me to just run in there, grab whatever, and get out?
I wouldn't advise it. Unless you
Right.
want to piss off a couple of deities. I know you already did, but you can roll up that
I'm
list.
going to turn my head to Disc. You
I'll
or me?
say at this point you guys are sort of walking and talking. The door that you come to is sort of a pearlescent field in front of it. You can't see any handle or anything like that. It does look solid though. It doesn't look like a intangible field. It almost looks like a solid mother of pearl barrier.
I will be your shield.
Could I try and I don't know what it would be like history arcana or something to figure out like what would, because it like her whole thing is the moon, so I imagine that she would know something.
Go for it.
Of, like, the
Roll a
password.
I'll say this would be a history check.
Did only tell us about the crystal thing?
This pearlescent field. Is there any?
Not 20.
Oh.
Hey,
Ooh.
go ahead, Scott.
Are there any random rocks nearby? Bits of wall and whatnot.
Bits of them, yeah, but not like anything. Yeah, bits of like
tiny, like pebbles or whatever. You know, nothing
yeah.
significant. Disc will go over to the force field and will, about 10 feet away from it, and we'll throw a pebble at it and see if anything happens.
Okay. Roll a dex save. I'm joking.
I stare at it really hard, so I pass. I cast Leer.
Weak. One of the first ones you get rid of in your 4-move set.
I know.
As soon as it hits, there is a sound, like it hits it, and then vanishes, and there is a play of light across that barrier as a gout of flame just rips over where that pebble landed. Oli, you know that the magic tended to change elements depending on which password she used. It's how she remembered the pattern.
Oh, okay. I do tell them about the different types of crystals if that's so and then I will tell them exactly that the Lunar Queen changed it every time she changed the password.
So can I like connect to this place or like
Vinna? So thinking about it, Vinna, you've heard of the Lunar Queen. It was a figure even when you were taking classes. It wasn't anything that you super connected to because anytime you heard anything about the moon, you kind of zoned out and focused on something else, typically.
She was not the biggest fan of history. She is more about butt kicking and taking action.
Ina zoned out and thought about the girl 2 rows in front of her.
However, you do remember seeing art of a depiction of the Lunar Queen in one of your textbooks, and you remember that one particularly because you tended to draw doodles around it and just flip to it because it was one of the only really interesting pictures in that textbook. And in that image, she's wearing a crown that is like amethyst, and then at the very front is a moon-shaped opal. Specifically like a fire opal that it was said would glow red whenever she used some of her power. Oli, you know that she didn't need that crystal, she just said the name of it.
Okay.
Fire opal?
That red play of light over the door shimmers again, and it goes the opposite way. And when the red sort of shimmers at the bottom of the door vanishes.
Oh, look at that! Yas's history lessons paid off.
Onyx looks at Vinna and is like, somehow I get the feeling this is the one thing you remembered from history class.
Listen, I was more in the moment kind of person.
Disc marches
I'm not
forward into the
judging.
room.
And in the moment,
Voxhart's going right behind.
Several of my friends disappeared, so there was other things to worry about.
Onyx is, I'm not judging. I'm just calling you out and like winks at her.
Walking into this room, you see that it's something of like a a observation tower sort of thing. The room is completely round, and aside from the pillars holding up what you can now see are the roof, it's completely open. To the cave at this point, what you imagine would have been to the open sky before the kingdom's fall. And resting in the center of the room is a pillar on which sits a sort of like D10 shaped device. It's looks like it's made of like stained glass.
A
Um,
decahedron?
I guess. Yeah, that
Yes.
thing.
10-sided prism.
You can see intricate designs on it, and you can see in the light that Disc is providing that it is colored glass, but it's not giving off any light or anything at the moment. Oli, you know that it typically had to be activated by somebody from the in the Lunar Dynasty.
So that would, yeah.
You also know that the Lunar Queen had a brother that went by the Lunar Knight.
Oh. So when she said Lunar Night, that really kind of okay.
You know that it wasn't his name. It was a title that was passed down through the generations. So he received it from his father before him, and his father had actually received it from their uncle.
Okay.
And then it's sort of skipping back and forth, not just all dudes, but
You're throwing me a bone here. Okay, I go run and I grab Venus' hand and I say, "Come with me." And I
don't think this is the time for this.
Oh,
I knew it.
Oh, it's always the time for this. And I
So pure.
I walk up to the dodecahedron, and I like put your hand on it, but I put my hand on top of your hand, and I say, "I think this is yours."
She kind of leans in to kiss you.
Okay.
She's misreading the conversation completely.
If you look back at the rest of the group, Disc is just shaking her head in disappointment at Vinna.
She goes, "Okay," and she like kisses your face, and then like she's like, "But that's not what I'm talking about."
Vinna, this all happens very quickly. She grabs your hand, you run forward into the room, she leans in, you kiss her, and then suddenly you see fireworks, and like, you thought that was an allegory. That didn't actually happen. And then you look down, and the
I have not kissed
device
in
that your
1,000 years,
hand,
but my goodness.
the device that your hand is on is now emitting a bright glow. Each of these 10 sides of this glass device are emitting a different color that are playing off the walls in this just beautiful display of like a kaleidoscope of color.
Wow.
Onyx says, "That's the wildest kiss I've ever seen. And I've seen Sammi and Passion kiss after Passion came back from the dead the second time, so..."
Okay, so we have what we need?
I think so.
Sorry, my computer keeps freezing. Like, what just happened?
I just asked, so we have what we need?
The device that Oli put Vina's hand on lit up with colors as soon as she kissed her.
Okay.
As soon as Vinna touched it, but like Vinna was a little distracted.
Yeah. She definitely just like, does that usually happens when you kiss somebody, or?
I don't know. That was the
Himbo.
first time I've done it.
Onyx,
Yes?
oh
Or, mm,
Fox.
I love
Can
this
I-
character so much. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys.
no. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Bob, I have to tell you, this is not even this isn't even close to the nonsense that Ertz pulled at all.
No, I'm perfectly in character. And
Oh
please
no, I'm
play
pretty
to
sure
your
the
heart's
soul
content.
leaving his
but-
body was not for Aya. It was definitely for Callie. So you guys now have this device. What would you like to do?
Good job, everybody.
Yep, we sure were chaperones to a teenager's dance. Can we please check the armory for any possible artifacts that will help Kama? Kama hasn't spoken up in a while.
Kama has sort of been trailing behind, and you realize she had been taking photos of everything on the way in, and then basically sees this kaleidoscope of show, and what did I miss?
Same girl. I don't know.
That I don't know what that does, but it looks really useful. Is that what you guys are here for?
Apparently.
I think so.
But Vox is right. We should check the armory just in case, because people are gonna be going in here, and that needs to be in Henshin hands.
Also, this went way too smoothly. Something is going to blow up every moment now, right?
Not
Didn't you
every-
mention like a 5-headed like mecha dragon thing?
Not every mission is met
space.
with action.
Kama is like, for what it's worth, the 5-headed dragon did take off when the Vermithrax showed up with a big chunk through it, but it did manage to limp away.
Limp away, so it might come back. Okay, so let's go.
Well, for what it's worth, I don't think it has much reason to right now.
Not
I-
worth a whole lot. With the luck that this group
She's
of
like-
people I've met has.
I don't know. I don't know all of the intricacies of like what's going on at Ranger Command, but I know that we definitely captured a lot of the Shadow Henshin. I don't think they're gonna make a move quite this quickly.
I don't trust that. I literally run out the door and head over to the armory. You
Oh.
don't say those words and not mean them.
Yeah. I'm following.
So you guys make your way out of this room through the halls of the palace, which are the floors of this area, where further down when you guys had first walked in, it seemed like a lot of it had been broken and rubble covered. Up here in the upper floors, it seems like it's mostly untouched. The floors here are what at first you think are marble, but actually look to be like stone inlaid with pearlescent and sort of crystal inlays and in complicated patterns of like leaves and vines and stars. As everywhere you go, you see those stained glass windows that don't have a particular that don't have any like images in them. It's just different geometric shapes in all different colors. And you guys eventually Oli leads you to where you know the armory is, which is on the other side of the palace from where you are. Hi, Aya. You know that the entrance to the armory is guarded by Oli would know them as Modrons, but they're not exactly like the Modrons that the rest of the party would be familiar with. They're mechanical constructs of metal that guard the vault.
Would Disc be familiar with these creatures?
When you guys arrive, you see that the hallway that leads to the armory has this just beautiful inlay where at first it looked like a rug, but it's actually a inlay in the floor of what looks like sapphire almost, leading up to this doorway. And then flanking it on either side are three on each side are these like 8-foot tall humanoid with 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, metal creatures that remind you almost of like a golem, ancient golems. And they are completely encased in ice and unmoving. Nightfall, you know that is a bad sign.
That is, Callie knows that's a bad sign.
At the end of the hallway is a it had been a sort of dome, much like the domes of the palace that adorn the top of the palace everywhere. It was a dome of metal that would sort of part whenever you were granted access by the Guardians. That dome is now frozen over to the point where it looks like a sort of hemisphere of ice. And looks fairly impenetrable.
I would like to draw or take out my coin, flip it, split it in half, and then it becomes 2 katanas. Zim and Gur.
Yes! Now I'm interested.
And I
God damn it, why is she so cool?
I don't know, I was making her. I was like, God, Cat, she's too cool for me.
Not true.
No,
and,
not
and-
true. He's perfect.
And
Yeah.
then she walks into the room, like, they're glowing, by the way. And she walks into the room and she's like, stay behind me. And I'm ready for whatever is gonna come.
How tough does Nightfall look?
Pretty tough.
She probably
the
looks
most
more
part.
on the finesse side. I would think.
I would think, like, with her, she doesn't look at, like, her she's like wearing a bodysuit, so it doesn't look like she has a lot of armor, but she looks ready and to handle herself. So she looks like she could, you know. She looks flexible.
Okay.
I bet she is.
We're adults here.
Okay, Mom
Yes, we
Incredible,
are.
lead the way.
Quite flexible with her tentacles and such.
Onyx,
Yeah.
you expecting a fight? Is this recent and she looks like at the ice everywhere?
You can never be too sure with anything. I know that this is not good. And she, like, gestures with one of the katanas to the people in the ice. And but if you would like to go on, I suggest we not stay here very long.
Want me to get rid of the ice?
I'm ready to smash.
I mean, not all of it. Obviously, not all of it, because they're
The
just gonna.
door, dear.
Yes. Okay.
This hammer is made for smashing, and I haven't done it in so long.
Look, as much as I would love to smash with my own power, be my guest.
She just. And her hammer, and I will quote this, does actually give her a +10 to breaking down doors, barricades, or other barriers. So,
Vinna, you smash the ice around this dome, and you can see underneath it that metal dome.
I ready an action, and the action is shooting the fuck out of anything that moves on the other side of the door.
all right.
And Vinna, as you approach, you can see that dome under the ice looks like it had sort of been like cracked and pulled apart. You smash the ice, and it just turns to just dust underneath your massive hammer. And inside you see a room that's sort of illuminated by a bunch of different glows. It's kind of hard to see exactly where the light is coming from. It's very dim. And Disc, you see all of that ice. It had almost like sort of turned to a snow. Very slowly starts to move behind Vinna along the floor.
I immediately fire at it.
Almost in like a very mist.
Yeah, I immediately fire at it.
Okay.
With my giant 50 caliber full auto rifle.
Okay. Just to keep track of what's going on, everybody please roll initiative.
Oh.
Got it.
What is with me in rolling? I rolled like 3 8s tonight.
Is this a different dice?
Yes.
Also, I will remind you guys, you have the heroic inspiration, but you have to call it before you use it.
Yes.
Where is it?
Disc got 14 total.
Me too.
I had
Oh.
gotten 17.
18.
11. I'm so ready.
So, who has the higher dex, Vinna
Hold on.
or Disc?
I have 17.
Yours is higher.
What's 18? I just
He's
realized I have
also
advantage
quite
on initiative.
flexible.
And Oli got an 11, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Almost. Yes.
Okay. So I'll say, Disc, you were holding your action, so you see this first, so go ahead and fire.
I only got 26.
Yes, you hit the mist.
Oh my god. Okay.
Fuck are my post-it notes?
12 magical piercing.
Nice. You see that a large section of that ice is just sort of whisked away and sort of coalesces into water on the floor. Onyx, what do you want to do? You're seeing this weird, like, low-lying, misty ice. Actually, I will say, as you guys, as Disc is the first one to react, and the rest of you are not surprised because Disc noticed. See this mist starts to rise and swirl around into the form of 3 shapes. First is a form of a humanoid. They're first very like icy blue, and then coalesce into realistic colors. The first is a humanoid Henshin in black and red armor that looks almost alight with flame. Oli, you recognize Magma. The next is a sort of crouching shape of another individual, although this one is a dragonborn. And Oli, you recognize that as Toxin. And then the last disc, you actually are the only one to notice, as from a darkened corner of this room this hallway that you're in, some of that ice sort of swirls into the sort of shadowy form of a male Henshin in a black sort of wispy suit. And
What action is a ray of hands?
I want to say it's a bonus action. I have the thing open.
Ray of hands?
Oh, ray.
A ray.
Ray.
Okay.
It's the De-Fragger forearms thing.
Oh, I see.
Oh my god, are you going to pull out like 4 guns?
I hate that this PDF is unsearchable.
Yeah, I have it
I
open,
know.
and it doesn't have an actual action stated for array of hands. Do you want to see
Oops.
bonus action? Because that makes the most sense. Otherwise, it'd be kind of pointless to pull them out because you waste the first round.
Oh, when you activate them by using a bonus action.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of hidden. It's a gigantic wall of text.
Yeah.
So yeah. You see those, and then after them, the ice forms 3 more figures. The elf Henshin, guardian of gravity. The drow elf. The guardian of cosmos in the brilliant gold and yellow costume, and then the guardian of time as well. And they go after you guys. So Onyx, you see these 6 individuals sort of form out of the ice. Disc has now shot at this mist that they had formed from. And Vinna is standing directly at the mouth of where the vault is.
Who's the closest of these to me?
To where you are, we will say I have a D6. It is Cosmos, the red and yellow one.
Okay. I imagine Onyx basically catches one of the brass flying out of Disc's gun and just rushes in like one smooth motion towards Cosmos. And as she does so, she starts to rage, and the shell that she just caught in her hand basically starts to like melt down and like spread over her entire body, strengthening it. And
Tungsten steel.
reckless.
It's tungsten steel.
Tungsten steel. Okay, even better.
Oh god, that that dark gray.
Mhm.
Shit's awesome.
Yeah.
I think that's
It's gotta
what
be.
Kevin's
It's gotta be
wearing
grimdark.
made out of.
And here we go with the reckless attack against Cosmos. First one. That's 215, so 25 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And like she just like in one smooth motion basically, as like it spreads over her fist and everything, like she hits it basically, and then she follows up with a bite.
A bite.
That's a 22.
Hits.
All right, so that is. Where is it? That's a D8.
I love that these are like warriors out of time, and the first thing they see is this feral fucking boulder just launch himself at them and bite them.
So when you go to bite them, you see in the top left corner of your screen, a disc will remember that.
Okay, so that is actually max damage. I rolled max damage on both. So that is 6 plus 28 damage total.
Okay. Ow. right. Anything else? This individual is still standing and very is hurt, but still standing.
Okay. Yep. No. That's all I can do in my turn for now, because I raged, I punched.
Vox, you are up next.
Yes.
Seeing these 6 individuals, how do you react?
I guess the first thing I would do would be they're obviously some form of henshin.
Yeah, you can.
I try to rack my brain and see if these track anything.
Go ahead and roll a history check.
Thank you. Nat 20, you can look at it.
Okay. So, Bucks, you remember, you've read ancient tellings of the story of when of the fall of the Lunar Kingdom. You know that the Lunar Queen had a series of guardians that were committed to protecting herself and the dynasty and the kingdom. Those guardians were named for the sort of element of the cosmos that of the world that they protected: cosmos, gravity, time, and nightfall, for the space between the stars.
Yeah.
So you're guessing you're recognizing 3, 4 of these individuals. The other 3 you do not recognize, though.
All right. So, of the ones that I don't recognize...
but they definitely look like they mean all of you harm. Including Oli. They are actually staring daggers at her. They're all actually focused on her, except for Cosmos, who just got fucking bit in the face by Onyx.
Yeah, I'm trying to... basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get a read as to which one is the leader to try and break down morale.
From what you recall...
And obviously using color theory, I'm going to assume it's Magma.
From what you recall, you don't... So, Magma, I can just call them what they are. Magma, Toxin, and Smoke. Your best guess is they're servants of the Evil Queen.
Mm-hmm.
The other 3 seem like they should be on Oli's side, but they clearly are aggressive. And of those 3, you would remember that Gravity was the leader of all of them.
Sure. I'm not going to attack the ones that are her friends until I know what's happening with these.
Of the other crew, then yes, Magma is the...
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to... I'm thinking this on the fly as I'm running, and then I do a sharp pivot towards Magma. I'm going to set off a double unarmed attack, and then I am going to... I'm trying to see if I have to declare it before I do it. My signature move. I can try and look it up real quick, but do signature moves have to be done as one of my 2 attacks, or do I do that as a separate?
Yes, you use it. It replaces one of your attacks.
Okay, so
but you can only use 1 signature move per turn.
Yes, of course. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to aim for Magma. I am going to make my first attack use my inspiration, and I'm going to go in for a deep antler, which is the one that I use with my my sword.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to, with one of my elbows, knock them in the face after the fact.
Okay.
So run, deep antler. All right, so I'm taking the 14 of the 2. So that'll be 14 plus 8 is 22.
That hits, yeah.
Cool. So I lunge and I do a diagonal slash to Magma, dealing 4 d6 thunder damage, and then if I hit, it deals an additional d6 per layer of corruption that they might have.
They do not. So go ahead and roll your 4d6.
Sure. All right, so 6, 3, and 1. So that's
16.
16, yes. So that's the first hit. And then on the second hit, it's just a basic unarmed. So that's 24 to hit.
That hits, yeah.
Yeah. And that's going to be 1d6 plus 5 thunder.
Okay.
So that's going to be 7 thunder to a total of
Okay.
23.
Nice. And that was plus the 16, right?
Yeah, that 23 is the 16 plus the 7.
Anything else with your turn?
Well, that was my attack action after moving towards them. I don't know that I have a bonus action that allows me to do the slappies more. I want to do more slappies.
I don't think you have bonus action flappies. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to look real quick, but yeah, it's looking like I don't have a bonus action to hit. Do I have a bonus action to call the stag streamer?
You do?
Vroom, vroom. Bzz.
How does this thing look? How does it look when it arrives?
So from seemingly nowhere, from the darkness, it dashes forward. In fact, I might pull up a picture while we go to
Hey!
the next person's turn, but it's going to stream forward with outrun lines going behind it, and I'm going to hop on top of it as it speeds along, giving me X feet extra as it
Mhm.
glides to a stop.
After Vox's turn, the Guardians go. So first, Magma sort of twirls her staff, her spear, which is just wreathed in these flames. She says, "That was cute." Oli, you brought friends. And she wades into this group of you. Most of you were all sort of clustered together. And as she steps, the floor where she was stepping is little gouts of flame, and then behind just scorch marks where her foot was. And as she strides to the center of you guys, I will say probably Vox and Disc get to make you can take a swing at her, and then because she moved past you and like triggered your I assume Vox would have circled around to go back to the rest of the party. Both of you can take melee swings at her if you would like as she
Absolutely.
passes through you.
Did you guys
past
move
you.
in front of me? 'Cause I was the first one in the room.
Disc would
they're
have.
they're in. So Vinna was at the like dome, the entrance to the vault. They appeared behind Vinna in the
Okay.
hallway behind you.
Okay, I just
Basically,
it was-
everybody else was sort of circling up to where Vinna was, I'm assuming, which
Okay.
also conveniently puts you guys all in a really close space.
Sure.
I just didn't hear it before because my computer's freaking out. So.
26 to punch.
Fucking yes.
Thank you. 1d6 plus 5. That's another 8 points of thunder damage. I have to keep making sure that you hear the thunder part in case
Yeah.
there's any effect to that.
As of right now, it seems like it is just as effective as it normally is.
Totally.
Disc, did you want to take a swing?
13.
That one misses. She actually, as you start to like raise your
You
weapon
notice
towards
the
her,
rifle, I swing it towards her, and on the bayonet is a chainsaw. It goes as it goes past.
she actually uses her spear that she has and spins it in a sort of swirl of flame that deflects the blade. and approaches the center of you, and I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw as just fire erupts from where she slams that spear into the ground.
What's wrong with my dice?
Remember, you guys have that heroic advantage thing, so you can roll once tonight with advantage, and even if you roll for shite, you still roll pretty decently.
17.
Pass.
14.
Fail.
Yeah.
6.
What?
I'm sorry, what am I rolling?
I'm sorry, not 6.
Dex save.
Oh, hell yeah.
Wait, everyone? Sorry, I missed
Yes.
something, I think. Okay.
24.
The fuck, yes. You pass.
I'm
I can-
sorry, one of my
11.
2 saving throws is Dex.
Can I see this effect coming at me, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so I get advantage. 17,
Okay, pass.
I think. Yeah.
So, those that failed take 28 points of damage, and those that passed take 14 as this just fiery burst explodes around you guys. And that is her turn. And you realize, as she's sort of stepping past each of those, like, actually, I will say disc, you realize it. Each of those footprints that had been fiery and then turned to that black scorch mark are now icing over, as that sort of low-lying mist is still just lying there, swirling a bit. Vinna, what would you like to do? Looks
Well-
like the other guardians around here are sort of prowling.
I'm gonna hit the person that was making fun of Ollie, like taunting her. And I'm going to shift my hammer into my staff, but it has instead of this like moon shaped thing, it like is more of a sword situation. So it has the same design, but it's just like a sword. It's just yeah. Anyway, and I'm gonna hit her. I'm gonna bop her real hard.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh shit. Alright.
Did Cosmos attack me back?
So the first one is 19,
She had not yet, no.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a hit.
and the second one is a 23.
Yeah.
I think I only have 2. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I have so much text on here. Really. Okay. How much damage would that be? Okay. I'm gonna go with that. Okay, so the first one is 13 points of damage, and then the second one is 10 points of damage.
Damn.
Yeah, she's a big hitter. And let's see, can I do that? I'm not sure. Never mind. I can't do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's it.
Anything else?
Yeah, she just gives her.
You see, as you hit her with the spear and sort of like or your sword staff. And when you turn
it's
to
a
look
sword.
back,
It just has moon decorations on it.
when you turn back to look at her, there is like this cut down the front of her chest where you're expecting to see blood, but instead you see ice crystals forming on the outside of her suit. And as she sort of gives a grin and turns to Oli and takes a step forward and says, "Night hasn't fallen yet, but it will." And when she takes that, she takes a step. She, like, at first you think, like, okay, her legs buckled and she fell. Her entire body turns to ice and she collapses to the floor. And when she does, she shatters in shards of ice that goes everywhere. And when she does,
and that Vinna just gives Voxhart like a
when she does, you from the actually, yeah, no, it makes sense. Disc, you first, and then Onyx a half second later, you both hear a soft curse word in a language that you don't understand. And appearing in a sort of swirl of smoke is that individual, that Disc you had noticed sort of prowling around the outskirts of this room. And he spreads his hands out angrily and says, "No one leaves. Kill them all." And the others, the other guardians in the room all start to like turn to look. I need... can he... I want to say, yeah, I think all of you are in melee, basically. I need all of you that are within a 15-foot radius, which I believe would probably be all of you because you kind of clumped up, to make a Constitution saving throw as this individual from his hands just emits this curling smoke that it tastes like ash and just acrid burning smoke.
26.
Did you roll a nat 20?
Oh no, 19.
19.
Pass.
17.
Pass.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
1 moment. 18.
Pass. Okay, so all of you passed, so you are not poisoned, and you only take 17 points of... Actually, no, it'd be less. Math. 7 points of poison damage as this smoke just sort of fills your lungs and creeps into you and starts to make you like hack and cough.
So I take 3 points because I'm raging.
And then through that smoke, as you sort of like wave it away, Onyx, Cosmos sort of pushes you away, and when she does, her hand is just this brilliant blinding white. And she turns to look at and catches, let's see, Onyx. I'm gonna roll to see which of you guys would be caught in this with Onyx, since we're kind of winging it here. And I will say that in that 15-foot cone, Cosmos catches Onyx, Onyx, Disc, and Voxhart. And I need all 3 of you to please make dex saves as she releases this like stellar flare of blinding light.
I'm gonna use one of my luckies.
Okay.
I will not, because I don't have that.
That's all right.
18.
26.
7.
So, Onyx and what did Vox get?
26.
I believe both of you passed. So you only take. Hang on, math. 5 radiant and 5 fire damage.
5 fire and 5 radiant.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So okay.
So you round down for
You always
damage?
round down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2. Disc, you take 10 fire and 10 radiant damage, and you are blinded. You can re-roll the saving throw for that at the end of your turn.
It's a dex save to unblind myself.
It would be a con save to unblind it.
Okay.
It's one of those weird ones where did I say
You told us
probably
a
should have
dex
been a
save
con
when we were
save.
trying to, yeah.
Oh well. It's
If
not
you
like
want a
I
con
just
save.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
You already rolled it. You're cool. Conveniently enough, Disc, it's your turn.
Okay.
Um,
I'm blind, right?
I will say you remember you do have that heroic inspiration. So if you use your inspiration, it would just be a flat roll.
For a single attack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, screw that. I point my gun in the direction of where that shadowy Henshin guy was at. And popping up from underneath, my current arms pop out 2 more arms as a bonus action, and both of them have blasters in them, and all 3 fire in his direction. Because fuck this guy.
Bang, 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 bang.
As I move towards Nightfall. Or at least where Nightfall was my last turn. Dirty 20 for the first shot. Oh, disadvantage.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
11. So, next shot.
That one misses.
Okay, disadvantage, that is 15.
Just barely misses.
Okay, and then last shot. We'll miss. Yep.
You didn't want to use your Inspirato?
Nope, might need it later.
Okay.
And then you're moving up in front of Oli.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's clearly who their target is.
So...
And then I make the save, right?
Yes.
Con?
Yes.
Metal dice likes rolling low. 15.
Pass on the dot.
Okay. And then that's my turn.
Okay. After you sort of unload into that smoky individual, 2 more of these sort of step into the mix. The shortest of all of these Henshin, it was a dwarf in a sort of very ancient looking dwarven armor that has hundreds of different like symbols and runes etched into it that don't seem to me they don't make quite sense to you. The dwarf sort of looks around
Oh no.
the group of you guys.
Oh,
He settles
she's
on.
back.
Hi, how's it going? This dwarf, the guardian of time, looks around to the rest of you and points a hand at Voxhart. And Vox, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh no.
A wisdom saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like the numbers I've been rolling.
I really don't.
I know you don't. That's why I'm going to roll another lucky. All right. That'll take 14.
The dwarf points at you and says, "You're fast. I like that. You should share some." And uses steal time. Your speed is reduced by half, which just makes it 30 because you're on your bike right now. And you can't take reactions. And on your turn, you can either perform an action or a bonus action, your choice. At the end of your turn, you can re-roll the saving throw to try and negate these things.
Okay.
And the Time Guardian immediately takes a step forward, and you realize they are much faster right now. The other individual that Toxin, the
Dragonborn.
Yes, the Dragonborn sort of steps forward and draws from under the like sleeves of their Henshin armor, draws 2 daggers. And they're going after Oli.
Not if I have anything to say about it. How does a dirty 20 sound?
I'm guessing that's my brain is saying defender, but I know that's not it.
Chainsaw.
The
Sentinel.
feet thing. Sentinel, that's the word.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and roll for it then.
Okay, well, since I hit, I'm going to use De-Frag Strike. And I gotta see how to do De-Frag Strikes. Yep, okay. So, instead of doing what I've seen most defraggers do, for like when they do harm to themselves, I'm gonna say parts of Disc's skin, like it just like starts to glow, and then you like see parts of her like flake off as she's taking damage. It, like turns to light and just disappears.
That's so fucking metal. I love it.
And the chainsaw itself glows with the same golden light as it cuts through. So the initial damage is only 9 magical slashing. But on top of that, is 16 of whatever Defrag Strike does.
Force, I think.
Oh no, it's the weapon.
We'll say force for now.
It's the weapon's damage, so magical slashing.
Okay.
So a total of over 20. I hope.
Nice. Yeah, 25.
And they stop moving.
They do. However, daggers are a ranged weapon as well. So this individual sort of leaps forward with one dagger sort of drawn across, aiming for Oli's, like, Oli, you've seen these guys work before. You know this one tends to aim for the clavicle where it hurts the most.
Okay.
Disc sort of intercepts and blocks that one away, and over Disc's shoulder, this individual throws the other dagger that it's holding. And that is a 19 to hit Oli.
That hits.
It is 4 points of piercing damage from a dagger, yeah. And 18 points of poison damage.
Okay.
Oof.
And it's Oli's turn.
Glad I'm not Lyra right now.
Oof.
It's my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm really mad at this point, and so the time one looks like it's probably the most dangerous out of all of them, and so I say, "Vinna, oble, no trespasse, and I put half my recasters out, and I thrust out, and like 2 octopus arms come out of my arms, and I grab them up with one action, and with another action, I swing down and try to like knock them out. So that would be a 22 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. And why am I looking at that? Oh, that's because the octopus thing was there. That's why. Okay. That's 10 damage.
Okay. And they are, what, restrained?
Yes, because they're grappled. So they're restrained, and the octopus can't use its tentacles on another target. But I have another octopus hand. Because I got to.
Anything else she's doing with her turn?
No, because I use my bonus action to do the thing. So no, that's it.
All right. I'm gonna turn Sirenscape down because it just got really loud for some reason, at least to me. There we go. And Gravity finally steps forward. She is a drow elf. She's one of the few here that most of the rest of them are wearing like a mask obscuring their face. Gravity does not. She is a beautiful but very stern looking elf, and her hair is sort of braided back. But it's also tousled and sort of mussed in the way that Oli remembers from how it would land in a rough fight. And she sort of steps forward and she says, "We can't let you leave. You know this."
Does that count as an attack of can I get an attack of opportunity?
Actually, yeah, because she is moving closer towards you guys, yeah, go for it.
Okay, I take my other octopus arm and I try to punch her in the face.
Yes.
Holy shit. 8, 19.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. Oh no. Oh
no.
Okay. Why am I using the calculator? 10.
Okay.
10 damage.
She sort of stretches and realizes that she can't really break this grip, and she says, "You know I'm better at this part than you." And she holds her hand out sort of like under from where the octopus limb is holding her and just squeezes her hand. And all of you immediately feel this heavy pressure just drop on you. And I need everybody to make a con save as the weight of gravity just crushes down on you.
25. I also need to step out real quick.
I'll let you have this one.
This is my
I'm
plan.
not gonna waste my
I haven't
lucky.
rolled night at all tonight. It's just saves. I fucking love speed henshin. So
Then why do you hate me so much?
I just hate rolling. So I'm gonna guess that 10 is a fail from Vinna. What about this?
I only got 27.
Vox.
4.
Okay, my brain didn't register it. Oli.
12.
Okay, so everybody but Disc and Onyx is restrained as this crushing force of gravity crushes down on you. And actually, those of you that are restrained sort of actually like buckle at least down to one knee
I'm on my
under
bike.
the weight of this. Yeah, you're sort of doing the like smush to it. And you can hear that bike groaning. It is not meant to withstand this sort of pressure. The only thing that you can compare it to is what it must feel like if you're just free swimming on the bottom floors of Subnautica.
2 questions, real quick. Are they still restrained by my octopus arms?
They are, yes. But you also are.
Okay. Okay. That I forgot what the second question was, but
What? Too much pressure?
yes.
I will not kneel.
I will say Disc because your stupid high passive perception.
What are you talking
You
about?
do see. No, what? Nuh-uh. You see a very strange and then familiar sort of movement, as a sort of almost like a ripple in the air of like a heat distortion. You're fairly sure you just saw a invisible humanoid and an camouflaged dog-sized chameleon slip past you guys and inwards towards the vault.
Fair enough.
Onyx is not here, so we'll say her turn. She'll act on her turn. Vox, what do you want to do?
What can I do, Gridmaster?
At the end of your turn, you can repeat the save against this. You're restrained, but while you're restrained, can you still do things? But it's
Yeah,
disadvantage,
attacks,
I think.
melee attacks
Yeah.
are at disadvantage, or attacks are at disadvantage.
Yeah, but seeing as I'm pressed against my bike and my bike doesn't want to move, and you're making me have a grumpy. I'm so mad I'm gonna poop myself.
It won't be
I'm
too
so
hard
mean,
with all
I'm
the gravity
sorry.
on you right now.
I know.
I fucking
it's the
pinned you to your
worst.
bike and then I halved its speed.
I know. I know, Cat. So I will instead choose to ready an action.
Okay.
If any of these are we gonna call these dark henshin at this point?
Shadow
Sure.
Henshin. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So if any of these dark henshin come to me, I will do a pair of unarmed attacks at that moment.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would like to just go to the saving throw for both of these.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
All right. So they're both con.
They are actually, yeah.
Okay.
Or no, one is the time one is wisdom.
Time is wisdom. All right. I can live with the wisdom one. I'm going to, if I fail on the con one, use a lucky.
Okay.
All right. So I'm rolling for the con one first, and I'm going to use that lucky. Fudge. Wisdom now. Wisdom 15.
Passes.
Okay. So
No.
I've got all my speed when I'm not being pressed.
And you see, from where you're sort of like crouched down, you have a decent view into the middle of this array of your friend sort of crouching down, and you see that the shards of ice where magma had fallen have now melted into a puddle, and that puddle is sort of rises up into a sort of watery tendril.
If that is, are you saying that to Disc or me?
Um,
Because you just started saying you see, so I don't know if you're saying that to any of
I'll
us.
say all of you can see it.
Okay.
As you're sort of looking around, I was assuming that Vox was specifically looking at it, considering I was picturing your head as pinned to your bike, just looking.
That's fair.
Yeah.
With that said, in a panic moment, he's going to definitely go genre savvy, and he's going to start seeing if there is something producing a magical effect that is creating faux versions.
Okay. Looking around, you don't see anything just in the immediate vicinity. You would have to use your action to like actively search.
And I've already readied my action,
Yeah.
so that's fine.
Didn't you say there was like a shadowy figure, Henshin figure that was making you can't leave?
There was that was Smoke. He had sort of appeared in the center of the group of you and attempted to do the thing that choked all of you.
Oh, I thought he conjured more of these things.
He did not actually. It was all 6 here and then now 5.
But there might be a 6th now, so.
Vinna,
Hmm?
it's your turn.
Okay.
There are 5 of these individuals. You are sort of crushed under the weight of this gravity from this guardian of gravity Henshin
Mhm.
that seems to know Oli very well. Actually, what's Venus' passive perception? Does she have proficiency?
Perception? No.
Okay. Never mind.
Her passive perception is a 10.
Oh, okay.
I never make smart characters. Well, she's smart, but she's not wise.
You can, however, see that sort of tendril of water climbing from the floor, just sort of free floating. But there are several other individuals. So there are several henchmen in here. There's the vault that the way into is open now, and this weird watery tendril thing in the center of the room.
Can I cast spells or?
Yeah. While you're restrained, you have disadvantage on attacks. I will say, both Smoke and I would say Smoke and Time would be close enough for you to reach out and like stab with a melee attack if you'd like, but you'd have disadvantage. But you can cast from here.
Can I cast Thunderwave?
Sure.
Yeah, 15-foot cube. And I believe.
Would that hit any friendlies? Would there be friendlies within 15-foot cube of Vinna?
There probably would. Though, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know that anybody circled around Vinna. Everybody went around Oli, really.
Yeah.
I'll say for convenience's sake, no, they're just on the cusp of it and they are safe.
Okay, they have to make a con save.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm back.
You're cool.
Anyone die yet?
Not yet, but
Not yet, no.
soon.
Con. Cool. Yeah, that tracks. So 11 and 16.
Nope and nope. Which dice is it? This one. Okay.
Onyx, the rest of these Henshin have all sort of gathered in around and are mostly focusing the heat on Oli and someone Vox. Those that failed their con save, which I believe is everybody except Disc and Onyx, are restrained as the force of gravity is just pressing them to the floor. But Onyx and Disc are unaffected by that.
Powering through the gravity. No big
And I'll
deal.
say that Onyx can take her turn right after Vina's, because
Okay.
skipped you. 'Cause...
They both take 12 points of damage.
Okay.
I like to think both Onyx and Disc do hard physical training in like artificial gravity augmentation.
And I said that was time and
Gravity.
Yeah.
what did I
Shadow.
think it was?
Shadow?
Onyx can increase her mass to create her own gravity to counteract the gravity magic effect.
Would that make you whatever? Anyway,
She cannot do that.
No, she can't.
Anything else Vina's doing?
Actually, I'm sorry, it's 13 damage because I get
Okay.
14. I kid. I have mentor special technique, so.
Oh. Anything else?
No, because this wall of text is too much for me to read, so move on.
Onyx.
So-
These individuals are sort of circling around.
wait, did they
Yeah,
fail the Thunderwave? Did they fail Thunderwave?
They did. Are they?
They are pushed back 10 feet from her,
Oh, okay.
if I remember correctly.
Yeah. What I'm imagining is like her, like there's just like a of like sound and it just go like
Nice.
vibrations from her.
Cosmos is still right in front of me.
Yeah. Vina, when you let loose that thunderbolt, most of the ice on this sort of dome just immediately shatters.
So Cosmos earlier extended the hand to do the blinding blast thingy, and Onyx will bite that hand as basically the magic fades. She just straight up goes for that, and
Onyx committing to the bit.
23 to hit
Yeah,
on
that
the hand
hits.
bite. Okay.
Committing to the bit.
It's been a
you.
while
Oh
since
my
I've got
God.
that voice out of Bob.
It's so bad, and I tried to fake laugh, but I bombed a little. That's what that sounded like.
So that's 13 damage
Holy fuck.
from that, and follow up with another attack as she pulls. Basically, she whips back her head to pull Cosmos towards her, and then just straight into her fist. Nat 20.
Yes.
Hey, we're using
So roll
Retroverse, right?
again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
13 on that one.
Okay. So, whatever your max would be, and then roll your regular damage again.
Yeah, so that is 16 on that one. And a flurry of blows, because why not? 24.
Yeah, that hits.
And whoop. Another net 20.
Nice.
Also 11 on that one for the confirm.
Yes.
That just
Okay,
confirms,
so-
I think.
Yeah.
So the normal one does sorry. No, the crit is 17 and the other one is 10. Yeah, I punch them a bunch. As basically she pulls them towards her, and I'm just gonna flavor it like that. That one punch towards her as she gets pulled towards her is just like the flurry of blows, and the other attack is just one attack that hits her like right in the spot.
Nice. So Onyx punches, and with every blow, the like bright yellow glow of that suit seems a little dimmer. And you realize that with each blow that you're landing, it leaves like a patch of almost ice. And with your last strike, it just goes clear through and shatters into ice. That ice then immediately melts and sort of flows over the floor and into that tendril that's forming in the middle of the group of you. That starts to... Sorry, my dog just rolled in and started digging a hole in the carpet to make a bed. Not actually digging the carpet up. And that watery form takes on a almost humanoid appearance. Nightfall, you've seen once before, which was the last time that you had seen was the last time you'd seen Cryolite fighting on the side of the Lunar Kingdom. She had almost been killed and had somehow managed to reconstitute herself using some strange magic that you had never seen before.
So I believe that this is her doing, like she's still alive or something.
What you're guessing, okay, so Nightfall is smart enough to piece together the Lunar Queen did something to stop these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in this place that is frozen, you've seen... The only thing you can imagine is that the Lunar Queen somehow turned the witch's magic against herself. She was known for using mostly ice and crystal magic. And you do not know what she's capable of after all this time. Perhaps she's weaker, perhaps she's even stronger. What you do know is that one of the weapons that you were under the impression that could have been used to kill her is in the vault. You're not sure if that's what the Lunar Queen used to stop her the first time, since clearly she did something. Because as far as Oli was aware, Cryolite... Fuck. Keep losing her name. Cryolite wasn't going to stop with the Lunar Kingdom. She wanted the Lunar Kingdom, and then Radix, and every other planet in the system. What Oli was depending on was buying time for the Lunar Queen to stop her. She's not formed at the moment.
But
But you know that I'll say go ahead and... No, you would know. I was gonna have you roll for it, but it's like, no, you would know. Based on the shattering to ice, you know that this is not the first time these guardians have died. You've seen that before in the battlefield. This is the queen's magic that can bring the dead back.
Oh.
And you know that it can only be done once, typically. And this is how she brings back her dead thralls, to serve her one more time.
I was in the impression that we were fighting like simulacrums.
Sort of, yeah. These are a combination of like a simulacrum sort of thing and like a zombie sort of thing. They're magical renditions of creatures that did exist. They are personality-wise as you remember them, but they are under her complete control.
So I believe that there's no saving them. That this is a death is like.
You're fairly certain.
Okay.
Whose
Oli
turn?
would let's see, whose turn is it? Onyx went, Vinna went.
Is it baddies?
It is Batty's turn, yeah. Well, Cosmos is dead. Smoke. Yeah, no, he is going after Oli. He actually turns to where Oli is, and
Does he have to pass through my area to get to Oli?
I'll say yeah, because you did say you circled around to be near her. He actually just rushes at her. He doesn't even use any of like his choking smoke thing.
So with all the strength I can muster, I'm going to use my legs to lift the tail end of the stag streamer and effectively try to use the weight of it to aid me into kicking. So I'm going to do my 2 attacks, having lifted the tail end of my motorcycle to make the attacks work.
Nice, go for it.
Okay. First attack. I'm sorry, am I rolling these at disadvantage
Yes.
because of the restraint? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so 18 for the first.
Yes.
Okay. And
I just remembered. I'm like, did you roll your save? And then I remembered you kept rolling shit for these saves.
Yeah, so I got my speed back. I'm still restrained.
Yeah.
And then 19 for the second one.
That still hits, yeah.
All right, cool. So 16 points of thunder damage.
Okay.
And then yeah, all right.
Is that
'Cause
your...
that's my action.
Okay.
During that.
He launches himself at Oli, and actually his hands just sort of wrap around your throat. And when he does, the sort of smoky tendrils of his power sort of reach in and attempt to choke you.
Cool.
But that is the flavor of him actually trying to attack you. Where the fuck did this thing stats go? There they are.
Oh,
No.
my entire character sheet just deleted itself.
Oh my god. How did that happen?
I don't know what the hell.
Yeah, you just shared it with me, didn't you?
No, I will. Okay, when I click on it, they come back, but like, okay, all right,
Failure.
I'll figure this out. Okay, it's back. It's back.
What just happened?
I don't know. The Mac decided it was gonna kill me for a second.
Night just fell.
Yeah.
Max
I was
isn't
like,
here.
no.
Someone has to make up for it.
It's
Pew
true.
pew pew pew.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure 15 misses.
Yes, it does.
He tries to strangle you, Oli, and you just sort of manage to get your hands or perhaps rather your tentacles under where he's trying to grip you and sort of shove him off. That's his turn. Cosmos is dead. Disc, what do you want to do? You guys see now that form in the center of the room is taking on a more defined shape of a humanoid woman in like long robes or dress. It doesn't have any details on the surface, but it's a much more defined silhouette now.
Yeah. Disc, very stiff but precise movements. Her main gun turns towards the pillar of water and fires at that. And the other 2 arms, I don't know, these rounds are so long. Has it been 2 rounds?
I think it's only been 1. Yeah, there are a lot of you guys.
Yeah, it's only been 1. So they stay out, but they point in other different directions. So one shot goes to the water, another shot goes to gravity, and the other one goes to smoke. So I'll do the main shot first. 14 on the water.
It's water, doesn't really have an armor, so yes,
It
that
doesn't
hits.
seem. Oh, I was about to say, does it seem to affect it at all?
You do. What are you hitting it with?
Magical bullets.
Okay. When you do, it does seem like a big chunk of that water is sort of spattered against the wall, where it freezes in place on the wall on the floor. But you can still see like a relatively defined shape.
It didn't seem to change that at all. It just removed a little bit.
It seems like you took a portion of it, but it's still forming. It's just maybe a little hindered. Where the shape was clearly defined, it now looks as if it has like one arm missing.
Okay. Instead of firing
and you can see very slowly like that water on the floor just gathering, but it's slowly, especially because part of it froze.
So it's like regenerating, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Those 2 were going to fire at those separate shots, but they immediately turn to this thing and they both fire at that.
Okay.
And I don't think I mentioned these are bolters, which I like to imagine are like these really like factious stampede guns. That's sci-fi. If anyone knows what that is. A big Desert Eagle-like gun, I guess. Only 26. And only a 14.
The 14 misses.
Okay.
Wait, no, this is the water. It hits.
All right, these are not magical. Do they seem to?
Okay.
Does it seem to resist or do anything?
It does not seem to do anything.
Okay. And at the end of my turn,
it shoots through it, and then that water just sort of fills in the gaps again.
And then at the end of that turn, the 2 extra sets of arms cross like this, and both guns holster themselves on her waist, and the arms like disappear. And that will be Disc's turn.
Time and toxin. Time.
Oh, I guess at the end of her turn, since this isn't an action, she would tell everybody, "The water pillar! Destroy the water pillar!" Sorry, now you can go.
Yeah, toxin is directly next to disc, so they're going to, yeah, that looks like they don't want to deal with disc. So they're going to, she's going to take 2 swings at disc. Actually, one swing because one of their daggers is in Nightfall's shoulder. That's a 17 to hit disc.
Nope.
Yeah. And she does. Yeah. She's turned that blade around, and you can see now it does have like a sort of clear substance dripping from it. But it swipes past disc.
I like to think
Oli.
Disc willingly lets it hit the armor, but angles the armor so it like deflects off.
Nice. Oli, it's your turn.
Okay, I would like to wrap my tentacles around the asshole that's in front of me trying to choke me out. And, yeah, let's see if that works.
Well, didn't he switch his attacks to me? That was Smoke, wasn't it?
No, Toxin attacked you.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Smoke was choking out Oli. It was Toxin that went after you, considering you blocked his you blocked her attack on Oli.
That's a dirty 20 for the first tentacle.
That's a hit.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. 13 damage for the first tentacle, and the second tentacle. Oh, I wish I was a fighter. That would be a 24.
Yeah.
Okay, and man, if I roll the same thing, no. 10 damage for the second tentacle, and I squeeze with all I got.
Okay. And this is all against Smoke, right?
Yes.
Yeah. When you do, when you start winding tighter and tighter until there's nothing left, and for a second you're like, motherfucker. You've always known this one. Smoke is a flighty one and can sort of turn into a smoky cloud and vanish.
Yeah.
Except you don't see the smoke. You just see snow and ice falling.
Oh, I did it.
That
Oh.
then flow over to the watery form in the center of the group of you.
I reduced him to 0?
Yes, you do.
I do? I think I have a thing for that.
Yeah, it's called Death Throw.
I
was actually just looking at Void Tiefling.
Frightful Pose. Whenever you reduce an enemy to 0 hit points, you can use a bonus action to strike a fearsome pose. All hostile creatures within 30 feet of you must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against your Henshin ability DC or be frightened of you until the start of your next turn.
Ooh.
Well, fuck.
Hell yeah, Frightful Pose.
That sounds like a different ability I used to have on Henshin. But a bit more balanced.
Okay, so
I have enchanting ability, like enchanting pose.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I have that.
Yep, that tracks for me. Time. Cosmos. This is a what
No.
save? Wisdom? Or
Not Cosmos. Cosmos is already.
yeah, she's new.
Does this take does this take a reaction
This
to
is
do?
gravity.
It's a bonus action.
Okay. Fun fact. And using the test wave 2.5, White Tiefling,
Yes. Yeah.
you have the innate spell Death Throw on you, and Death Throw is a reaction. If a creature dies within 15 feet of you, you can send a blast of power against a target within 30 feet.
Two things?
Yeah.
Two things I could do.
You'd be using your reaction for this, though.
Did you do the Void Tiefling from that one, or did you do the one from the player's guide that I mentioned?
Oh yeah, we it's a I don't have that.
Oh,
'cause
okay,
we
okay.
did, yeah. Yeah, that's why I didn't have
Sorry.
it written down. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah, that's a 12 for gravity. That
Yeah,
is
that's
the
brilliant.
highest that I rolled for all of these motherfuckers.
Oh,
I rolled
what
a
the
2, a
fuck?
6, and a 10.
Oof.
Fear me. I don't
Fear the danger noodle.
She just turns into Cthulhu and just like, "Whoa."
Fear the wacky waving inflatable tube woman.
They thought they could escape infinitum and death, but no, it's right here in front of them.
It's Octomom.
Octomom.
Onyx is also scaroused.
Well, I'm not hostile to Nightfall, so I think I'm fine.
Hence, scaroused and not just scared.
Yeah.
It's Gravity's turn, and she like initially goes to take a step closer to you, and then hesitates. And you see that watery figure. The hand raises, and you see Gravity just starts to like wince in pain.
Oh, there goes Gravity.
Out.
Ouch.
Almina
I've
is
been waiting.
going to be everyone in this
I
room.
wrote it down.
I've
I
been
wrote it
waiting
down.
since you said
Spaghetti.
Gravity.
Oh my god, did you seriously?
Yeah. Oh, there goes Gravity, and we got a mom spaghetti.
Exactly.
So I wrote it down that one of the reasons that I can give out heroic inspiration is a silly pun. So enjoy. You have another heroic inspiration.
Thank you.
For that terrible, terrible pun.
Gonna pocket that.
I guess, we were standing there and trying to fight gravity, so I guess we were defying gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
No one here's a synth weaver. None of us can cast mom spaghetti.
Yeah, she can't move towards you, and she does not have any ranged things. And you can see like it's causing her physical pain to disobey what only you now know that is at least some aspect of the witch's power. From inside the room, inside the vault, you hear the voice of Kama. Guys, I could use a Henshin or two. I don't really know what I'm looking at, but I think it might help. I think we need a couple of us.
I'm
To the vault.
coming.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
going. I don't know whose turn is it, but
To the vault.
It is Onyx's turn next.
Oh,
There
she
are
heard someone. She heard someone call for a henshin, so obviously muscle henshin.
the most powerful Henshin of all.
Scott's face.
Henshin, Henshin.
I mean, the alternative would be, well, she heard someone call for a henshin, so clearly not her.
It would be like objectively a terrible choice, and I can't allow it because I only let you guys multi-class once, but I want so bad to let Onyx multi-class into Henshin.
You can do it.
But
like,
I can't break the rules for just her.
Okay, but like
Just
you
because
don't
that
have to multi-class. You can just have like a character that's a Henshin, but not a Henshin.
Can we
I mean, that's what Visca is pretty much, right?
Can we-
She
can
has,
we
like,
play a
plot
character?
reasons.
that has one level in like every class, and the reason for that is just because nobody likes them because they're too annoying, so they keep having to go to different clubs.
Listen, I love it, Sarah.
I've seen that
Absurd is
played.
base.
There's a podcast I used to listen to that had that kind of character, and the DM tried to kill that character every fucking time he showed up.
I'm trying to
It's really
Huff and Forest on YouTube.
That's the
where I got.
Yep.
That's where it's from. Not my original idea.
On Onyx rushes towards Kama.
Inside this vault, you see there are all manner of things. There's a like a pedestal that has this sword that looks like the back half, the hilt is made of like black obsidian, and then the blade is this sort of shimmering crystal that shifts between a dark purple and magenta. This massive glowing or this shield that as you pass it, it actually starts to emit a faint glow. Just beautiful sets of armor, and then standing
Golden
in
gauntlet with 5 slots where gems
no,
would
no,
fit.
that's not fair. No.
Oh
Is there a
god,
giant
we can't make
golden-
Onyx even more powerful.
Is there a giant golden
that will
claw
not end well.
that has lightning sparking off of it? Or maybe a sword that's
There
on
is
fire?
not. Nope.
A really old
Um,
restless sitting on a golden throne?
I think I just realized what you're going for, and I know next to nothing about it. She is. You see, Kama sort of standing in front of this arching pedestal that sort of curves, and resting in the center of it is this massive, maybe about like yay bigger, so the size of like a beach ball, faceted quartz that you see Kama, she's actually sort of like hiding behind it, and you can see she's not wearing the like hoodie and jeans that she was wearing before. She's in a proper Henshin suit. It's sort of like as she's leaning out to look at you, it's the one shoulder is green, and then the rest of it where she's like behind or next to where that crystal is that same sort of like pearlescent shiny quartz that the rest of the crystal is, as if she's using sort of camouflaging ability. No offense, but I think it has to be like Henshin with recasters, but I appreciate the help and would hope that you don't let anybody in here to kill me, because I think
You're a Henshin.
I'm aware, but I am a nerd. I haven't fought anything like this in ages.
Come on, we can do it together. You do
It's
the
like also
whatever you need the recaster stuff. I help you carry you or whatever. I'll
She's like,
protect you.
Use the power of
that's great
friendship.
and all. I'm pretty sure I've read stories about these, and they are extremely powerful weapons that could probably take out what I hope is definitely not the evil witch that ended an entire empire, so like might be useful to try it. That's her turn. Anything that Onyx is doing in here? You see all manner of things. There's several different suits of armor. There is like a set of daggers. That one has like a silver hilt and the other has gold, and it's sort of like a sort of pearlescent stone blade to it.
Please tell me there's a giant gun in here with a greenish glow on it that says 9,000 on the side.
It does not, no, unfortunately.
Oh.
My god, I
there
just
are-
imagine Onyx coming back with it saying, "Everybody duck!"
There are
Nightfall gets up, duck.
Shelves in here, dozens of different crystals of different size and shape and color, all labeled in a language that you can't read. Anything you want to do in here?
She asks Gamma, "Is that thing safe to pick up?"
It's you can tell it's definitely probably too heavy to lift, at least not without potentially dropping it.
Is it like a medium-sized gem?
It
Like
is
as
like
big as
a
us?
probably small size, but it definitely weighs several hundred pounds.
I mean, I am a raging barbarian with advantage in strength.
Are you gonna pull an Atlas Shrug?
And I have one moment. I also have, because I'm a bear barbarian, like rules-wise.
A barbarian?
I also
Yeah.
have. Yeah. I mean, not really. I also have an increased carrying capacity. Like I count as large, if I remember correctly.
That means it's doubled what it was.
Yeah,
So,
double lift and carrying.
what's your strength score?
20.
You're
So 300 pounds. That doesn't sound right.
Oh, it's more.
Yeah, it's got to be more than that.
Onyx, you're fairly certain that this thing is probably like half a ton, so about like probably 1,000 pounds. It is very obviously Onyx is a rock rye. You've been in the mountains. You've seen very large crystals like this.
Wait, can
It
Onyx...
definitely is not the sort of thing that you think you could carry out of here, at least not without, rolling it.
can carry up to 600 without being encumbered. Push
Well-
or drag double that.
Mm,
So you could lift, push,
I mean,
or
this
drag
room
it.
isn't. This room isn't too far, right? And she specifically asked for a henshin, so Onyx is just going to like run back.
Can,
Like,
can you mold it like you did with the crystal earlier?
I'm not sure I want to do that to a super weapon.
But then it becomes like a super armor super weapon.
Oh my god! Just mold. Onyx comes back and encased in crystal. Let's go, motherfuckers!
I like how Hera is like,
the scene in Avatar where Aang like just covers
Yes.
himself. Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking.
I like
I was
how-
thinking aliens. No, it's just like you stay away from her, you bitch.
I like how Hera is like, maybe I shouldn't play with the nuclear bomb, and Scott is like, but how about if you did? How cool would that be?
I mean, I'm not sure it would do anything for Onyx if the recaster specifically is required. So it's like, for her, it would just be like a big hunk of rock that you could smash someone with at best. Which is cool too, but
You guys weren't that far, and Onyx has her full speed. I'll say that you can get like into the room, have that quick conversation, and back out. But that's probably like your action because you
I have 55 movement.
yeah you can.
I want to hit something.
Hit the gem. No, I'm kidding. Don't hit the gem. Please don't.
The closest one would probably be either gravity or toxin.
Yeah, I'm going for gravity, and like she's basically zipping out, zipping back in. It's like after a few moments, she had that short conversation. It's like, okay, tag team, someone else go in there and deal with that. And as she just tackles gravity.
I'm sorry, I'm just imagining. I'm tagging out. I need somebody else, and then just imagine the little like 3D printed tiny recaster on Onyx's.
Nightfall. You go in the vault. The rest of us will protect you out here.
19.
Yeah, that hits.
Also recklessly attacking as always, obviously.
Oh yeah,
And
as you do.
15, 12 damage on that one.
Okay.
Oh, that's just short of a crit. Double 19
Nice.
on that one. Like, yeah, at least full damage. So, 6, 5, 11, 13.
That one. That's you were going after toxin, right?
No, gravity.
Gravity.
Especially since some people might be restrained, and if it's like typical magic, he needs to concentrate on that shit. And that were 2 hits, so 2 concentration saves.
Okay.
Oh wait, I have a third one.
Oh boy.
Yep, that's also hit with a 23.
Oh, there goes gravity. I know I made that joke already,
And-
but still.
And that's 12. No, 11. Sorry, 11. So Onyx just flies in, tackles. punch, punch.
Yeah, no. The effect holding you guys down drops. And you can see Gravity is severely wounded. She is heavily bruised. The suit where she's taken damage is icing over again. It actually looks like it's like, whereas the others it had been like small patches, it seems like it's starting to like encase the one entire arm. Yeah, she doesn't look great. Anything else that Onyx is doing? I think you might be out of stuff.
That's all.
Vox, what do you want to do? There are 3 dark henchins still standing. Gravity is no longer pressing you down. And the henshin Gravity is looking pretty fucking damaged. However, you did hear Kama's voice from inside the vault yelling for an additional henshin or 2, and Onyx just said that she's tag teaming somebody else.
Onyx, do you slap either my
Hanging
or Ollie or Vinna's ass when you say that?
She just ran in and tackled Gravity.
Okay.
Gravity, okay, it goes in there.
I love how everybody else is like, we're all badass with poses, and Onyx is like, bitch, I'll fucking tackle you, and then just pummels you into the ground.
How big is
There's
the
like 4 people already.
How big is the entryway into the vault, might I ask? Is it more than a 10-foot diameter?
No.
Okay.
I was considering trying to grab Ollie and dragging her ass in because I have my bike. Is that something that I could viably do?
I mean,
Because
you
she's
could try,
right
yeah.
next to me.
She has a lot of grappling limbs to get a hold of.
Would Oli resist it?
No.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
I'm going to ask Nightfall. Do you want it or not?
Do I? Okay.
The vault.
Okay.
Time is of the essence.
Let's go.
I just imagine Onyx being like over Gravity, just punching down, and then going, this is a fight,
Guys,
not a discussion.
No time!
That's why I did it quick. It says Onyx after a 10-minute conversation. Heck off. Rip.
I'm just imagining. You're like, do you want on? And Oli's like, yeah, sure. And just fucking uses the big ass tentacle to swing onto the bike.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Dr. Octopus, that shit.
Yeah, you do like a
I
legless swing on a horse, but you know.
No,
Yeah.
I somehow imagine she
That's what I
doesn't.
was
She doesn't
thinking.
actually get on the bike. She's just like hanging on to the bike with her tentacle and just.
She's just hitting the ground.
No, she's not hitting the ground. She's like just in the air, defying gravity,
Oh.
God damn it.
despite gravity being currently.
So I zoom towards the vault.
Okay. You very easily zoom in. There are stairs, but you're a speed hench and you're proficient at driving this thing through all nonsense. And inside this vault are all manner of things. You see this massive crystal thing that Kama is standing in front of, and she's like, I don't know how many we need, but as far as I can tell, the more henshin that are touching it, the more powerful it is. From what I've gathered, I think it might be dependent on like how much experience as a henshin one has, which is kind of why I'm not really able to power it myself.
Man, it's awful that I don't have omniscience to see Vinna being like, hey, look at me, I'm still important. Look, I'm over here being important. Can I be important over here? I'm going to be important.
I'm not important. I'm over here
Vinna.
fighting the good fight and like making sure you're not dead. So fuck off.
I'm just busting your chaps.
Oli, you know, you've heard of how this device is used. When a henshin touches it, it will basically draw on a portion of their power, and will use that to release effectively what Oli remembers as holy fire.
Oh shit.
You've only seen it used once before in battle, and it absolutely devastated the enemy army that you were dealing with.
Oh boy. Yeah, let's get Vinna in here.
Sure, I'll just be back in a jiff.
Um,
I think she could probably get in here herself.
She's not a speed henshin.
Okay.
She's not gonna get here
walk,
fast.
it's not that far.
Walk, yeah.
I'm trying to get a gauge on what far is. We're playing completely theater of the imagination.
Yeah, sorry. So, like, for what it's worth, Vinna hasn't really moved from where she was. Vina's the one who knocked the door down into this place. So she you basically zoomed right past her. Basically the only reason you couldn't, I don't know that your bike could fit yourself and two other beasties.
No, I wouldn't have been able to get to her, so that's fine.
Love this idea that he like zoomed past her and he's standing like 5 feet away from her. He's like, "Ugh, I'll be back in a second."
No, it's further down. So like the room that the vault is maybe about 40 feet or so wide with all manner of different artifacts within. It's only about like 10-foot stairs or so down. So yeah, it's not that far away, but
We've been talking about this vast ruinscape and without any like mapping. I'm imagining it being bigger. Regardless, I zoom all in and then I use my action to help Kama.
Okay.
With
Yeah,
make holy
something
fire go
after the
brrr.
comma, or otherwise it's not proper grammar.
I actually curious random question.
God damn
if a
it.
speed henshin
have
has
a heroic inspiration, Is this just me rewarding you guys for bad puns? I feel like
Yes.
this is backfiring.
Listen, I've given you so much gold during the course of this, and I ain't got shit. All right.
What the heck?
I thought I had given you one.
yeah, I thought he got one at
beginning of
the
the
beginning.
game.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
If you have a racing stripe cape and you're a speed henshin on your bike, does that make your bike go faster when you make the noise? Because it does say your movement speed increases by 10 feet. I would say it stacks.
The only cape I have is a cape of explosions, and I haven't had a crit hit today. So
Racing stripe
figure
cape
that
is
out
still my
next time.
favorite.
Anyway, it is Vinna's turn.
Can I turn around and walk into next to Vox?
You do, yes, you can. You also see, as you're sort of like turning to go, you see down the you guys have sort of come up a set of stairs around here. You see more of that ice sort of creeping up the walls very slowly.
We might want to hurry. This looks like it's getting mad.
You make your way into the vault in here, and you guys activate the crystal.
Yeah.
Moon
crystal power.
By the power of the moon, we shall vanquish thee.
I want.
I just imagine Onyx, like all the henshin leaving and just like leaving Onyx in there. I think Disc moved to the door, so it's like, yeah, sure, everyone can go and leave me alone here. It's fine.
I'm not at the door.
Babe. It's fine.
I'm not at the door yet.
I'll say you guys would realize that Onyx is not in the room yet and can hold off basically activating the crystal.
And she can probably survive it. She still has 122 hit points.
Onyx, get your butt in here.
And you see the as this ice is creeping further in, it's starting to creep up the legs of the 3 remaining two remaining Henshin, because I think you took out Toxin. And Onyx and Disc, you guys are the ones to see this fully fledged, realistic, watery image of a drow woman in long flowing robes that are sort of covered with this intricately designed breastplate. She looks as if she's carved completely out of ice. And that form that was watery is now ice and takes a step forward. And as soon as she does, both of the other two Henshin immediately crumple into water that flows over to the witch. What does Onyx want to do? Okay, what is Onyx going to do? Because I can guarantee you Onyx wants to punch this bitch in the face.
Did anyone tell her to get out there yet?
Yes.
She did not hear that.
God damn it!
It's not that loud!
It was within 15.
You're fucking right!
Was it
She's
within
just
15
pretending
feet?
that
No.
she didn't hear that.
The thing is that like every time there's something
rage.
like critical information with Onyx, when she's raging, I always roll like just a straight D10 roll. Basically, does she recognize? Does the information get to her brain, or is she just punch? With the earlier one, I rolled, and she was like, "Oh no, I'm sure someone needs help. I'm gonna go there." This time, that's a 27 on the Ice Witch.
That does hit, yeah.
And a 29.
Yeah, that would hit. Mm-hmm.
And a 22.
Jesus fucking nuggets.
I have blast 10, come on. And another 22.
Why can't nobody roll like me? Except for Bob. Sorry.
Rip.
So that's 4 hits. One of them a bite, the first one. And like as she just rushes towards her, basically just takes a bite full of ice and then spins around, falls up with a kick into quick punches. Another 6.
Nice nose.
Woodward.
Midnight Callie has arrived.
Yay!
I was wondering when she was going to show up.
Probably around midnight.
We've been playing for a while, y'all.
Sorry.
It's all good.
That is 42 damage.
Oh, that's all.
No. 48, sorry.
Nice.
It's all considered magical because monk, right?
Yep.
Okay. So. That's Onyx's turn. Anybody else doing anything inside, or are you guys waiting for the two fools outside to retreat?
I'm ready to hit the button whenever everybody else is ready. So I'm letting the Lunar and
I'm
I
waiting for
decide
our
what's going on.
friends, because I like my friends.
I don't know what's going on. I'm new here. So-
That's I feel that same way, Nightfall.
Dis.
So am I, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna let innocent people just get trampled by
It's
ice
a
demons.
rock and a person inside a rock. They'll be fine.
Let me know when you Henshin are ready,
Hero.
I say.
Mhm.
And I
Please,
move up to
come
the
on.
door. I move up to the door. And as I'm moving towards the door and retreating backwards, I take a few shots at her. AKA, it's technically one attack, but
Wait, the Ice Witch or Onyx?
Ice Witch.
Oh my god, guys, we'll never finish.
12 isn't gonna hit. So,
That does not hit, no.
Rushing backwards.
and I'm assuming Onyx is martyring herself So wow. Clip that one. There you go. There's another slip. Disc uses her bonus action to pull out her stalwart shield and blocks the door away so that way the witch can't get in.
Okay.
The shield looks like burning holy fire. It's like a fireball.
Nice. The witch is going to hold out her hand toward Onyx and Disc in the back, further back. And I need Onyx to make a... this is a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, thank God. Okay, Constitution. I'm good at those. Yeah, that's a 22.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that is 25 points of cold damage as this just blast of Arctic Arctic air extends from her hand as she casts Cone of Cold at you. It also hits Disc's shield, which takes 49 points, or actually 50 points of cold damage.
It was 25, you said?
Correct.
Okay. 12.
You guys activate the shield or the device, or actually, okay, that was her turn. I think I'm just gonna split it into, yeah, Onyx. What do you want to do?
Ooh.
Was she within 10 feet of the shield?
I don't think so, because I was right in front of the Ice Queen.
Okay.
No, though I did explain the Ice Queen as being sort of in the middle of you guys, and y'all were pretty close clumped together. I'll say that
It's a
if
10
you
foot
wanted to,
diameter from where I'm
Yeah,
standing.
but Disc was in front of the thing, right?
The door,
And-
yeah.
and
I
like
moved in
moved to
front
the
of the
door,
door.
yeah.
So she's not
Yeah.
within... Is she within 20 feet
So-
of me, I should say. Or 15 feet.
Onyx,
Math.
Onyx basically, like, the information now, like, comes to her, and it's like, shit, there was something.
Damn it. Oh, I love one dumb bitch.
And she basically looks she looks backwards, sees that that door is blocked. And I wonder if I could
It
do
looks like a
something
ball
here.
of fire that looks
Yeah.
really hot, and like it would hurt things made of ice if they were thrown into it.
I wonder if I could do something here
God damn it.
in regards to using my hero points
Okay.
to do something that might not be usually possible.
Like what?
So I don't know exactly what that thing does, right?
The device.
The device. So my idea is to find cover. And how Onyx would find cover is just throw herself, like just with all her might, into the wall to bury herself inside of the wall and just become part of the wall like that.
So stupid.
I don't know if that would work.
Go ahead. Yeah, this would be a strength check.
Oh boy, I'm bad at those.
Smart ass.
rolled
This would require your heroic inspiration point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I rolled a nat 20.
Oh my fucking god.
So basically what I imagine is
You just
Onyx
turn into a
just-
boulder and go on the other side of the room.
Onyx basically like launches herself like with her strength to the side into the wall and uses her like ability to disform rock to she has watched Grok a lot, so she has like he does this weird thing where he melts into stone. Her version doesn't look quite as elegant, you could say. There's like a big impact and like sort of a crater, but like basically she uses her ability to just like form rock and her entire strength to basically get into the wall.
I like to
And
think
then
head
just, like,
first.
It's more like basically with his shoulder first, like with his side. And just shouts, "Clear!"
Disc, you hear her yell clear.
All right.
Very faintly with your dry ears and stupid high passive perception.
All right. What's the queen doing?
The queen
She's
is
got around.
striding forward towards you. She goes last.
Yep.
So Onyx, pull the Gruck.
What's going on behind me? Does it look like
you
it's going to
guys-
shoot a giant rainbow beam at my face, or what's going on?
You're not 100% sure, but where it's situated in the room, it doesn't look like it would go through the door. You're guessing whatever it does, it's maybe not radiating from this room.
Okay. I let her get up to the shield.
Okay. Yeah. She's gonna do that, and she is going to smack the shit out of it.
Dex save.
That is a math. 22 and a 23.
For Dex?
Or 20, yeah. She, I was gonna say, like, she has, what is that? The spell resistance, but this isn't a spell.
Nope.
Either way, the lower of the two would have been 22.
And spell resistance also only gives like an advantage on saving throws against spells and spell-like effects and such. Not like
Well, that's
reduces the damage or anything like that.
It would have been 14 fire damage, but instead it's 7.
okay.
And she smacks the
She
shield.
does not seem that phased. And let us see the damage that she deals. Pull up her things. As she just reaches out, and you can see the nails on one of her hands turn into these long icicles as she just reaches forward and slashes out. And let's see, I'm just doing average damage just because I'm lazy. There's 19 more points to your shield.
Okay.
What about the rest of you guys?
Disc,
you were the only one that probably heard Onyx yell that she's clear.
Oh,
Just because she's in a fucking wall and you were the one at the door.
I would yell back through the shield then. We're ready when you are.
Okay. Let's do it.
All right.
Yay.
I want so you guys reach forward and touch it, and you can feel a sort of energy flow through you from wherever your recaster is on you. That feels almost like that sort of hot tingly sensation of like when you bang your elbow on something where it's uncomfortable and it hurts. And it's both like hot and cold at the same time. And I need everyone except for Onyx, because you're in a goddamn wall.
Technically, I'm immune to any damage or magic effects in my bubble.
To make dexterity saving throws, as the room that you guys are in, you activate it and you feel that energy and then nothing happens. And a second later, the entire room that you guys are in just immediately shakes and shudders. Dex saves, everyone, except for Onyx.
28.
18.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22.
I'm really glad that I don't have to because I rolled, like, out of curiosity, I rolled a 3,
Of course.
which comes
Yes.
to a 6.
You still have to roll, although this isn't damage.
Mm.
I can tell you, so. What did Disc get in the bubble, Scott?
Let me roll.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, never mind. I don't roll. I automatically fail any saving throw. Nothing can pass through, in or out. So I'm not sure if this even affects me still.
So effectively what it is the entire room rocks, and you guys are almost knocked off your feet. You're not. I would roll that would still affect you in the bubble disc, because, like, it's the ground moving. But even if you fall,
But-
it would just be prone on the bubble.
Isn't it like you're just like stuck in like a quantum lock when you do that?
Yeah,
'Cause
I
didn't we
figured,
say
like,
like if you're
basically the
flying or
only-
falling and you do that, you're just like boom, and you're just stuck there?
Ah, that's so fucking weird. Okay, yeah, we'll say that. And Disc, you see through your shield.
You could say like
Um,
this amount of earthquake like damage to the shield because it's not moving, but the world is moving.
Mhm.
Maybe it shatters or something. I don't know. That'd be a lot of damage. To
It does not, at the moment at least. And then you see what caused that, as in the distance, one of the walls of the building, because you're sort of you're in the buildings now. You're not actually in the open cave system.
Mhm.
One ceiling just immediately is obliterated as this just enormous explosion blows everything as far as Disc can see apart. Inside the wall, like,
There's a-
Inside the wall.
There's a Zorn, and he's just like, "Hey, how are you?
this is
See
so
any gems
stupid.
lately?"
Like,
Yes.
okay,
Well, you seem to be stuck between a rock and a hard place."
I will say,
Bob's like
Onyx,
barely awake in all these puns.
Make a
There's,
dexterity
No,
saving
I'm just
throw.
done.
you don't have advantage because you can't see it
Yeah,
coming.
obviously.
I will say though, you do have full cover, so I think that's like +5 to your. Is that a thing?
No, full
how-
cover
It
means you
is,
can't be
yeah.
targeted.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an
Half
AoE,
cover
it's not,
would be +5 AC.
It's not AC, though. It's
Yeah, this
saving
is
throw.
And advantage, I think. I don't know. You would have to double check.
One moment.
Quarter. I know the AC
Okay,
part, but
I'll
that's
say
it.
that it would give you advantage just to make life easier.
I have +2 and half cover. I have +2 to AC and Dex saving throw, and then 3/4 I have +5.
3/4.
That's what I mean. There you go.
Okay, just looked it up. All right. 17.
Okay. Let me check this here.
No, wait, sorry. 16. I have only I have a +3 and not a +4. My bad.
Okay. So, thankfully for you, the wall also gives you halves the damage that you would take from this. As you take what would have been 59 bludgeoning and where the fuck is this at? 72 fire, as what you can only imagine is a spell that you've only heard talk of in like movies and shit, you're pretty sure that might have been like the effect of a meteor swarm. So it would have been
59 and 70?
I think it was 52 halved because you're raging. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Halved again because of the cover of the wall.
So 13.
Yep.
And then 72 fire.
36.
Halved because barbarian, and then halved because of the wall. I hate this
18.
so much. And then disc, your
How much hit points is my shield supposed to have? My total hit points, or what I had at the time?
your total hit points, yes. However, it does auto fail saving throws, I believe.
Yeah.
So the shield takes 60 bludgeoning. Oh, that is really convenient. 60 bludgeoning and then 61 fire. And the witch is, at least this version of her, is completely obliterated.
All right. My shield definitely shatters at that point, and I take a little bit myself.
Kama is sort of shaking, and she's like, that was a lot. What did we do?
While laying prone, I turn around and I'm pointing the gun outside the room, and I don't see the sign of the witch anymore.
You do not. You see that in the rubble that's sort of slowly falling. This whole area has been just ravished. There is just a clear hole in the building that, because you were in a tower that was opposite from the one where you were before. I will say you can hear easily enough. It doesn't sound like that thunderous crashing of that rock falling, at least. You don't hear any more of that. You do hear the movement of rocks collapsing in the distance. And it just sort of moves further out into this area. You can see the tower that you were in. There is a section of it that just completely drops into the cave, and you can see that it drops for a long while.
Onyx starts to dig herself out of the wall.
So stupid!
Whatever you did seemed to have done the job.
That's so dumb.
No, Kat, do you want to know what's even worse? I could have stood in the open and taken that.
Fuck off. Disc, as you're sort of looking around, you see off to the side where those stairs, where that ice had been forming. Looking down, you see what at first looked like just a sea of rubble, and you realize are chunks of ice as far as you can see.
Well, are they gone? Are we done?
You don't see any movement. Only, as far as you know, the way this device works is it draws on the power and the intent of the Henshin with it, that it targets their enemies. If you're too close, it can be dangerous. But as far as you know, there are no threats on this moon that you would know of.
Targets the Henshin's enemies. We come back to the camp and everything
In an
is
area,
destroyed there too.
not entirely everywhere. The entire universe. Game over. Campaign win.
No, I meant just on the moon, where the others are, and because there was one traitor there or something like that.
On the news, earlier today, Anarchist breaks out of maximum security prison as meteors fall into the prison.
It's the strangest thing. He just fell dead.
Just meteor strike.
Tonight on Del Diablo News, Susan had to play badminton with meteors tonight at 11.
I like the idea that you're like not the biggest head honcho, not Messiah, not her, no, Susan.
Well, no. Onyx enemy. Well, Onyx wasn't part of the gem thing, but whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We don't know
Onyx
anything
can't
about Susan.
bring down the wrath.
Oh.
She also wouldn't. Like, that's just, nah.
So
If
you
it
guys,
was giant fists falling from the sky, maybe.
I'll say you guys make your way out of the rubble of this place, and you can see in the like cavern that you were in, it had been just like the city streets, as if you had sort of fallen into a cavern. You can see now, as you guys are sort of exiting the palace, there is in like the center of this city where that where Oli remembers that waterway being, a clear crack in the center of this cavern that goes far into darkness that you can't see the bottom.
Well, that was fun.
Hmm.
That looks like a problem.
Yeah, it's
How is
fine.
Onyx looking? Turn to hell.
If Yas blew up the moon, I'm sure
Percentage.
we could
She looks a
fix
bit scraped, but actually not that bad. I'm actually not even bloodied.
I mean, like
I'm not even
percent.
down
Like,
to half
Hate
HP.
it.
are you at like 70?
I'm like at 79 or so. 79, yes.
Well,
Fucking barbarians.
I meant like percentage.
Oh, percentage.
Like roughly.
60.
Okay, yeah, you're
60.
beat up a bit.
She looks a bit beat up, but nothing too serious. She's looked way worse.
Hopefully we won't run into anything else up here.
As you guys sort of make your way back up, immediately there are as you guys like are exiting where you came in at like the city entrance, there are just a horde of Henshin that come running, all suited up in their various different attire, and immediately Kama is like, no, it's okay, we're fine. Is anybody hurt? And they're like, what the fuck happened? What was that? Alongside them, Disc, are several of your De-Fragger allies that came with you. Disc heads in sort of like lightly in command of this area. She's just basically the highest ranking De-Fragger in her order in this area right now. And they are sort of like, is everything okay? What the hell happened? What was that?
We found the item that we were searching for,
Yeah.
but an ancient evil tried to awaken, and we had to use one of the weapons in the artillery.
Also, yeah.
I would suggest getting it quarantined and disarmed
Ancient
immediately.
Evil. You can see Kama is just like covered in dust and absolutely stunned. She's like, I'm pretty sure we saw the evil witch. And also, I need the hardest booze we have on this rock.
I misheard
Onyx
that. I'm so
Onyx pulls out her flask and just hands it to her without
She
a word.
immediately downs it.
sorry.
Hey, holy shit, this girl can drink.
Before we go home, Vinna will veer off for like a second, and go to Gyro. She needs something from the base.
Okay. I'll say that you guys, if you would like, just because it's super late, if there's anything else you would like to do, you can let me know in like the coming weeks, and then next time you guys will reunite. What did Vinna want to do?
She just wanted to get a copy of the videos.
Okay.
I
She
think
can
that-
easily enough do that. She also has a whole lot of random stuff there. I don't know if you recall, she had sort of all crowded around the cryopod was all manner of her old possessions, toys, instruments, different little trinkets and things from stuff that you would recognize were probably from your parents, just because like parents tend to have like a style when given the same sort of thing. And then others that the Circadian Knights would have told her that were gifts from the other knights that had guarded her over the centuries.
Yeah, she would probably take those too. She just, I think that like seeing Ollie and like probably like understanding that she doesn't like she couldn't go back and talk to the people that she lost really kind of just made her want to finally look at that video that her dad left her. But she's not gonna do it right now.
I'll say you guys load up as much as Vinna wants to take with her. Your new glowy D10 device. And
Sorry.
hitch up the definitely not an RV to your ship. Kama sort of looks around to the rest of you. What are you going to do now, Oli?
Yeah, I was about to ask that.
I don't think I can stay here. There's a whole world out there that I haven't seen yet. I'm gonna go. And maybe I'll come back one day. But there's nothing left for me here. Not anymore.
Understandable.
You can
Onyx
see
says-
Kama has actually got like tears in her eyes.
Oh.
History.
Wait. Before you depart, you would make an excellent battle sister, Onyx.
Onyx looks at Disc and is like, I doubt that.
Disc walked over to you and had to get down on one knee because you're so short and she's so effing tall, and puts a hand on your shoulder. And how much damage? How much do you need to fully heal?
To fully heal, oh god, math.
a billion million hit points.
57.
All right. A burning glow emanates from her gauntlet, and you just see like her just seem to start burning from radiant damage, and takes even more damage than she did the entire fight. But as she does that, that same golden glow goes around Onyx, and Onyx is fully healed.
Onyx just, damn it, now I don't have any scars to tell of this.
Don't worry, I can point you on the way back.
Maybe next time.
Blinks at Vinna, and then she also like looks at Disc and like, you realize I have like a bunch of corruption, right? And just turns around and walks away.
What?
Hi, Disc! I'll see you later!
Is Ollie coming with us, or is she gonna like hitch a ride with the others?
Ollie's hitching a ride with you.
Alright.
And Onyx turns to Ollie and is like, hey, you know, like coming back like to Radix, you wanna figure stuff out, like just take it slow. I have a house, like there's a house in Del Diablo that I and some others own. It only gets attacked by assassins about twice per week, so it's pretty chill. So if you want to take it slow.
Or I could bring you to Henshin Command. They will set you up with your own quarters. And you might be able to see what your people brought to Radix.
Yeah, if you want to get away
Or-
from all that hero worship, just come to Del Diablo. It's cool.
I know on a private island that probably is still okay.
Think
Or
I'll figure
just-
it
There
out.
was a
when
zoo
I-
on there once.
Just
I don't
hang
know
on
what
to
happened.
just hang on to Vinna. She's also cool.
And she'll like walk up to like Vox is probably like sitting in one of those egg chairs, and she comes over to him, and there's a fly here, sorry, and like knocks on his thing, like on his chair, and is like, hey,
Yes.
Hey!
And she just goes, guess what? You saved the world. Defeat an evil, badass entity. It's pretty heroic.
Do you think that that's what heroism is? Just beating the shit out of something?
Absolutely not. It's helping people and protecting the world.
Well, good. Show it in your actions.
What the fuck are you talking about? What do you think I'm doing?
Your attitude versus your actions are dissonant.
Yeah, see, I live in the real world. And I know that I can't be action figure girl all the time. That's the problem that I've had for my whole life, trying to be action figure girl. And I realized a couple years ago that it's better to just be yourself and just let it go with the flow.
Good. I'm glad that you came to that conclusion. Our time is up, though, so you can go and find Billing on the way back to Radix. And I'm going to turn my egg chair around, and I'm just going to wait.
No, I'm sorry. You can't just turn around here. You have been on my case since day one, and you're not allowed to do that. You cannot judge me. You have no right.
We're not going to see eye to eye right now. I'm free to stay here on the moon with you or whatever, but I'm doing this under command of Nocturne. So we can talk about this another time. When we're less combative on both sides.
I'm absolutely not combative. I wanted to branch out.
You're just a dick, Vox.
You are. I wanted to give you an olive branch, but you're really a dick.
Does Disc sense 3 layers or more on Onyx?
Yes.
Oh god.
Halt! Wisdom save.
No.
As Disc comes stomping towards Onyx when you guys are near mid-conversation. She does not have a weapon out.
That's a 9.
Alright, you stop moving then, so I can get within touch range, and as I touch you, I heal up to 4 layers of corruption on your ass. So you just lost 4 layers of corruption.
How are you doing on hit points, Disc?
While you guys were talking, spending multiple rounds talking, I healed myself, spending a lot of spell slots I never used.
This is gonna happen. Oh,
So I went
no.
I was at 114, now I'm at 34.
I was gonna say, I was gonna save this for later, but Kat, like, Ollie gets all of these gems that she picked up from the thing, and she's like holding them in her arms, and she's like, okay, let's go! And then she looks like, oh no! And then she drops them all.
And after Disc does that to you, Onyx, she does go stagger to one knee.
Onyx turns around. It's like, what the fuck, you bitch? You just can't do that. And it's in that 20.
Another at 20?
Roll the
You
confirm.
reduced her intelligence by 1 point. You took away her teeth. You changed so much about her in an instant. She's not happy. Oh yeah.
It's for the greater... sorry. It's for the greater
Like
good
the
of the
opposite.
Retroverse.
It's like the opposite of Grug. I love it.
You take 19 points of damage.
No, I don't. I'm wearing
As she decks
adamantium
you in the
armor.
face.
I'm immune to crits.
Oh, you could have said that.
Sorry.
Well, then you still take...
I literally just remembered, because I'm like, oh yeah, crit.
Then you take 13 points of damage.
Okay, I'm still up. I fully expect you to not KO me. Luckily, I am not KO'd.
Disc, I think you need to leave right now before she murders you.
Someone should probably pull her away.
Yeah, she's gonna, like, Vina's gonna...
What gives you the right to just... Like, you can tell she's furious. She's actually, like, she's currently raging.
Hey, you'll get back to Del Diablo and you'll get back your corruption, don't worry.
It's not about that, it's just...
I know.
This...
You have no right, Disc. Please leave my ship.
Fucking De-Fraggers.
Leave.
She looks at Onyx, and then looks at Vinna. And as she looks at Vinna, she says, "You're welcome," and then leaves.
Oh my god!
Her like eyes start to like.
As she's leaving,
glow
she
and
says,
"Green."
As she's leaving, she says, "I once knew a Trog that thought corruption could solve all of their problems. All it does is damage the ones they love." And she leaves.
Are you okay?
And that's Disc's, like, I'm outie water tribe. So.
No, I'm not. And I'm fucking rich, and I'm gonna set a bounty on every fucking De-Fragger on this world now. Fuck these people. It's not even about I didn't necessarily like my corruption, but you don't do this to someone.
I know.
It's... I don't know. I found things that made sense to me, and I should have just killed her.
What would
And
have
as Onyx
been-
walks back to the ship, she punches the ship.
I rolled a hit, I guess, versus the ship's AC.
Oh god, don't
24.
Which ship?
Oh, we need that.
What was
I
that,
mean, I
not
don't think she
19?
can destroy the ship, but he said,
dent if
don't
it's
scratch the paint. She fucking leaves a dent in the ship.
Yeah, there's definitely a fist-shaped dent in it. You didn't.
We'll just say you got hit by an asteroid. It's fine.
Yeah. You didn't actually like pierce through the outer armor of it, but yeah, there's definitely a big like fist print in the area right next to by the like bay door.
Yay.
I'm sorry you have to deal with this, Ollie.
No, it's fine. That was a lot. I'm gonna drop down and pick up all my gems that I dropped, and just like hold them. Actually,
I like to think some of them you hold in your hands, and the others you hold with your tentacles.
yeah, I was thinking that. I was like, oh, and I was trying to figure out if
Just sticks them onto them because they're sticky. Just
yeah.
I
like,
was thinking the stickers.
yeah, like suction cups, like do.
oh my god. I love this character.
So you guys make your way into the ship with your bounty, and Vinna with a suitcase or so of memorabilia and a small disk drive containing a lot of videos that she has yet to watch. You guys make your way back home.
As we're flying back home, you can see Onyx constantly basically licking where her teeth had been, because she had been getting used to them, and now they're gone.
Yeah.
When we get back, Vinna will turn to Vox and just say, "You are free to go. I don't
Thank you.
need you or your protection, because clearly you don't want to be in my company, so leave."
I am incredibly frustrated too, but I'm trying to do my best to not make a rift. I just have some words for another time. And I walk away. Good doesn't mean nice, and viewpoints don't have to line up. As long as you know that that's Voxhart, not me, Aya. Okay.
No, I think that Vinna's very much into this. She's just very frustrated.
Sure.
Vox,
It's been a stressful, 48 hours.
Vox, as you walk away, a pebble hits you right on the head. It's not very hard, but it's like more like an insult kind of thing. It's like, yeah, walk away, you motherfucker.
Did you use your stupid Rye ability to create a pebble to chuck? That is peak
That's
rock
peak,
Rye
yeah.
petty.
Ollie comes up to Vinna and says, "So, can I bunk with you?"
And we'll end there.
And they proceed to have a very lovely night.
They proceed to have an adult hug.
I don't know if this is happening while Lyra was doing whatever Lyra's doing. Then
Adult hug. Oh.
And we'll pick up there next time.
Man.
Which unfortunately is 2 weeks from now because life reasons. But that will be the
Turn into that because it's gonna be the most dramatic one out of the three, I am sure. Considering the fact that I know what I said to Kat, and I know that Callie said some things to Kat, so
things were said, and I am suffering.
things were said and drawn.
Luckily, we got more than 2 weeks to go, because it would be quite a whiplash going from disc to bark.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So, real quick, what are those called? Shout outs. Bob, what do you have going on?
Hey, hi, Worldwide Sentai. This is Bob Scary VOA coming at you live from the Cavern of Communication, but premiering on Scotty Hood's channel. I forgot who you were for a second there, Scotty. Yeah, I have my own channel, Bob Scary VOA, here on Twitch. You can also find me on Twitter, Instagram, and a few other places. But you can especially try and go find me at bobscaryvoa.com, where you can listen to my demos. Those should be updated in the next few weeks, as well as some posts I'm trying to get more regular about. If you ever have a job that you want done, or just a couple lines for your local home game, be sure to message me there and let me know.
Hera, what about you? You got anything?
Nope, I got nothing.
Callie.
yes. Hello.
Sorry, mid yawn. Oh, stop that! You guys have been yawning all night, and I resisted it.
I at least did mine off camera.
God, I'm sorry, I'm Midnight Callie. You could find me at Cap Callie on Twitter. I do art commissions. I do art, but I also do commissions. So you can commission me. Sorry. My next game's tomorrow. I actually have 3 games tomorrow. But my next game's tomorrow at 3 o'clock on this channel. Chaos Crew. I'm on death saves. Might turn into a vampire. You know, had a lot of fun today, but you know, tomorrow. Yeah. Also, I sell these little stickers of my duck friend, Winston. He's could be your angel or your devil, and you can get him on Redbubble. The link is in my Twitter.
Oh, I have
Yeah.
that. I got like a thing of stickers. I need to put them on my notebooks.
Oh.
Aya, what about you?
Hey everybody, you can find me on Iagolander on all the places, and my next game is also Chaos Crew. I'm gonna save all my friends, it's fine. I'm the only one that's up in the main group and one NPC, but it's fine. And you can also watch Saffron Academy on, Vex's channel, which is,
Fractured Moon.
Fractured Moon, thank you. On Fractured Moon, it's a magical college game. There's a mystery going on. They went to a party and some frat shenanigans happened. So I guess we'll see what happens with that. And one person may or may not be being blackmailed, so it's fine.
Oh, that's me.
So
It's me. I'm being blackmailed.
so please come join us over there. It's every other Thursday at 7:30 on
Fractured Moon.
Fractured Moon.
Yeah, my next thing is Spoofy tomorrow, but I'll let Scott talk about that. And then check back in 3 weeks from now. 2 weeks from now. I don't even know what day, what is time?
2 weeks from
2
now.
weeks from now.
12:22.
Eastern Standard.
When they go to the journey into the mind of Ranger Prime.
The dirty of the mind.
Yep, the dirty of the mind.
The dirty mind of Ranger Prime.
I mean,
It's gonna be the scariest one
it
yet.
happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. My next game is Saltmarsh, but I'll let Scott talk about that because that's his.
Okay.
Go for it.
Hi everybody. You can tell it's late.
Sorry.
Follow me on Twitter. I have on my profile a flow page that has all my social media stuff. If you're watching this, I'm pretty sure you know I run like 5 campaigns on this channel a week. Next, as Aya said, will be the Chaos Crew. But then at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be running Ghost of Saltmarsh, where the group will have a guest star there. Someone no one's totally gonna know who it is at all. And
No.
It's a real mystery.
they're starting the next adventure in the book. I can never pronounce it right. It's like Tamurat's Fate, something like that. But it's a 3rd edition adventure converted to 5th, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. So I guess we'll see you guys next time.
Yep.
Ciao.
Bye.
Bye.
Keep being heroes, unless you're
No,
Vinna.
it's so